You're all set, Mayor. Okay, thank you. I'd like to call this evening's regular meeting of the Newington Town Council to order. It is not Tuesday, December 8th. It is Tuesday, January 12th at 7 p.m. If you would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice
for all. Great, thank you very much, folks. The next item is our roll call.
That will be me this evening, Mayor.
Okay, great, thank you, James.
Councillor Anest,
Here.
Councillor Braverman,
Here.
Councillor Bedrejko,
Here.
Councillor Camillo,
Here.
Councillor Donahue,
Here.
Councillor Mankey,
Here.
Councillor Minor. Saw him.
Here.
Here he is. Councillor Nagel,
Here.
Mayor Dabuno.
Here.
You have a quorum, Your Honor.
Wonderful, thank you. The next item on our agenda is approval of the agenda. And this evening we have the pleasure of having our legislative delegation with us. And I'm looking, my screen is a little crazy, but we do have Representative Turco, Representative Wood, I believe Representative Sanchez I saw on here. Is there anyone else that I'm missing, guys?
Anybody?
Okay, I think I got everybody that's in attendance. If not, I apologize. Well, they are scheduled to talk with us later on in the meeting under new business, but I am wondering if someone would make a propose that we them up to the beginning of the meeting. So after proclamations and public participation, right before old business. So to perhaps consider moving them to item 7, I guess A before.
7A. I would make that motion to move them to item 7A.
Second.
Okay, so motion made by Councillor Mankey and seconded by Councillor Annis. Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Mayor.
Oh,
Beth,
go ahead.
Mayor. Yes, we would like to make the recommendation to table item 8F, review of revised inland wetlands regulation. We think we need a little bit more time to review the information that was given to us in our packet. And due to lengthy
Okay.
I would second that.
Is there any other discussion on that item or any other proposed changes to the agenda? All right, hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote to approve the agenda given the 2 items that were mentioned, which would be moving the legislative annual meeting with legislators to item 7A, as well as tabling item 8F. So James, if you could do a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Anest,
yes.
Councillor Braverman,
Yes.
Councillor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Councillor Camillo,
Yes.
Councillor Donahue,
Yes.
Councillor Mankey,
Yes.
Councillor Minor,
Yes.
Councillor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Dabuno.
Yes,
Unanimous.
thank you. We will move on. The next item on our agenda is proclamations and awards, and we have a few this evening. We have 3 retirements from the town, and so I'm going to begin. I see Officer Kaufman's with us. Welcome. I am going to go ahead and read the proclamation into the record. Proclamation, whereas Daniel Kaufman was hired as a police officer for the town of Newington on December 12, 2000, and whereas Officer Kaufman was appointed to Community Service Officer in April 2006 through May 2009, and whereas Officer Kaufman was appointed to Crisis Negotiator in June 2006, and whereas Officer Kaufman was appointed to Field Training Officer in August 2008, and whereas Officer Kaufman was appointed as Master Police Officer in April 2012, And whereas Officer Kaufman was appointed as a 2-year rotator in the Detective Division in October 2014, and then appointed to the Patrol Division in October 2016. And whereas Officer Kaufman was appointed as the Student Resource Officer July 2017. And whereas Officer Kaufman has received outstanding performance awards in August and December of 2002, July of 2003, and October of 2009. And whereas Officer Kaufman received a commendation letter from the Berlin Police Department. And whereas Officer Kaufman received various commendation letters recognizing his outstanding performance. And whereas Officer Kaufman received various letters and thank you notes of appreciation from residents and citizens. And whereas after 20 years of service, Master Police Officer Kaufman retired from the Newington Police Department on December 31st, 2020. And now therefore be it resolved that the mayor, on behalf of Newington Town Council, hereby recognizes and extends its sincere appreciation to Officer Daniel Kaufman for his professional service and dedication to the town, and wishes him the best in his retirement. Dated in Newington, Connecticut, this 12th day of January 2021, signed by myself, Beth Del Buono, as mayor. Okay, so there's the, can I get a second on the resolution?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Braverman. And I will open it up for discussion. I'm sorry, I don't have my window open. Hold on one second till I can see hands. Lots of tech to deal with here. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko.
Yes, I'd like to thank Police Officer Kaufman for his 20 years of service to the town of Newington. His contributions to the community and the police force is numerous and substantial. And he's positively impacted many in his contacts with many residents of Newington, and he's made positive contributions to the force. And, you know, when I was thinking about that, is life as we know it in Newington wouldn't be possible without officers like Officer Kaufman, who protect us and serve us 24/7 all year round. So I'm wishing you a very happy and healthy retirement and much joy in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Menke.
Yes, I would just echo Deputy Mayor Draco's comments. I appreciate his efforts on behalf of our town. 20 years as a police officer is a great accomplishment. And certainly in that 20 years, you've touched a lot of our citizens. And that's it brings credit to you and to our town and to our police department. And I wish you well in your retirement.
Thank you, Councilor Menke. Councilor Nagel.
How do I get back?
I would like to add my appreciation for Officer Kaufman's 20 years of service for the Newington Police Department, and recognize his outstanding service personally when I've seen him in action, and also have noticed in looking at the proclamation the wide breadth of different roles that he has served that has helped the town of Newington and made us proud to have a police force like we do. Congratulations, and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nagel. Councilor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've had the privilege of knowing Officer Kaufman for almost 13 years in the fire department through training as well as time in the field. I'd like to wish him his best in his retirement / future endeavors, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Minor.
Councilor Anist.
Thank you. Officer Kaufman, congratulations on your retirement. I know it was short-lived, and congratulations on your new position.
Thank
We
you. I
really appreciate everything that you have done for our town. And Godspeed and stay safe, please.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Camillo.
Thanks, Dan, for 20 great years. I remember when you were riding around with Brian Gallagher right in the beginning. And that's where I got to meet you. So thank you again for all your hard work and protecting all of us. And good luck in Rocky Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Camillo.
Thank you. I see we have a lot of people on the line today. I guess I just want to extend my thanks to Officer Kaufman for your years that you gave to our town. Everybody knows what a thankless job it is, especially these days, to be a police officer. And we know what you've done for our town and all the connections you've made with our residents and with our school age students too. So I really appreciate all of your efforts over the 20 years that you've been with us, and I wish you well in your retirement and in your new endeavors.
Thank you very much. I would just like to thank the council and the town of Newington for a great 20 years. I've always felt very supported and taken care of by the Newington Police Department, the town of Newington, and the Newington Board of Ed. So I thank you all for a wonderful 20 years, and I hope my new career is at least half as great as it was with the town of Newington. So thank you.
Great, thank you, and stay well. Okay, we have another retirement this evening. Oh, I'm sorry, we did not do the roll call vote on that. We did second it, we did not do the roll call. So I will call for a roll call vote on that resolution, please.
All right, Counselor Anest,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Pedreco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes,
Unanimous, Your Honor.
wonderful, motion passes unanimously. All right, our next proclamation is for Miss Cindy Roberts Diaz. And is Miss Roberts Diaz with us this evening?
No, she won't be with us this evening, but she did indicate that she would be watching us on the YouTube channel.
Okay, great. I will go ahead and read this into the record. Proclamation. Whereas Cindy Roberts Diaz has been the administrative assistant for the engineering and planning departments for 14 years. During that time, Cindy has assisted thousands of residents and businesses with planning, building, and engineering questions. She has worked tirelessly to support residential and economic development in the town. And whereas Cindy Roberts Diaz has been the heart of the administration for the engineering and planning departments, ensuring the smooth running of the departments, preparing meeting documents, assisting with budgeting, and performing permit review, etc. She has further served as a primary liaison between the various land use agencies, boards, and town staff. And whereas, after the retirements of the long-standing town engineer and town planner, and the departure of assistant town planner, Cindy has provided invaluable support with transition and onboarding of the new staff, town engineer, town planner, and assistant town planner. And whereas Cindy Roberts Diaz has been a great asset to the town of Newington. Her work ethic and pride has made the two departments, as well as the town of Newington, one of the best places to do business. Cindy will be sorely missed. However, her retirement is well earned, and we wish her well in her future endeavors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby recognizes and extends its sincere appreciation to Cindy Roberts Diaz for her professional service and dedication to the town, and wishes her the best in her retirement. Dated in Newington, Connecticut, this 12th day of January, 2021, Beth Del Buono, Mayor. Can I get a second on the resolution, please?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Camillo. Thank you. I will open it up now for council discussion. Deputy Mayor Pedreco.
Yes, Cindy, you're going to be missed, having served 14 years for the engineering and planning department. You served them well, and I know you kept things organized, you attended to details, and you ensured that the residents and the staff had all the information and the services that they needed. I know you left an excellent impression with your colleagues and with the residents that you interacted with, and I hope you enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pedreco. Councilor Donahue.
Yeah, I just want to wish Cindy the best in retirement. When we did my son's Eagle project, God, I don't know how many years ago, she was very helpful in working us through the process and, you know, making sure we had the right information. And every time I've been to the office, she was always very helpful. So good luck, Cindy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Donahue. Councilor Mankey.
Yes, I'd also like to echo my congratulations on a retirement and a job well done. Certainly, her long career with our town has certainly made her department and our town a better place to live. And I want to just wish her well in her retirement, and hope she enjoys herself.
Thank you. Counselor Nagel.
I'd also like to wish Cindy the best in her retirement, and her position is not as widely known as, say, for instance, our previous person we've had a proclamation for as a police person, but she is equally as important, has been equally as important, and has been a key person in terms of supporting residents, helping with economic development, and being a primary liaison with various different organizations and people in town and outside of town, and most recently with helping to get our new town engineer, town planner, and assistant town planner on board and able to function. She'll be sorely missed, and we do appreciate her work ethic and the pride that she has taken in her work that she's done over the years she's been with Newington. Congratulations again, Cindy.
Thank you, Counselor Nagel. Any other council comment? All right, I would like to offer my sincere thanks and congratulations to Cindy. I think in the resolution, there was a lot of language there about how we've had quite a bit of transition in that department, and her help with the transition of new staff was really so we are so grateful for that, and really thankful that you were there to help transition some new people in, and thank you for all your years of service. Thank you, Cindy. All right, we'll go to a roll call vote on this resolution, please.
Right. Counselor Ennis,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
Unanimous, Your Honor.
Wonderful. Motion passes. All right, we have one more retirement proclamation this evening for Mr. Tom Malloy, who I see here on the screen with us. Welcome, Tom.
Hi, everybody.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read it in for the record. Proclamation. Whereas Thomas Malloy, hired on January 13th, 1997, has been the highway superintendent for the town of Newington for the past 12 years. And whereas Mr. Thomas Malloy was promoted to highway mechanic foreman on May 14th, 2001, promoted to assistant highway superintendent on July 1st, 2007, and lastly promoted to highway superintendent on May 1st, 2008. And whereas Mr. Thomas Malloy, as the highway superintendent, has overseen numerous road construction and drainage projects, as well as upgrades and improvements to the town's infrastructure throughout his tenure. And whereas Mr. Thomas Malloy took the lead role in the landfill closure design and construction oversight. And whereas Mr. Thomas Malloy took the lead role in the implementation of the rollout of the single stream recycling program, as well as the lead role in the design and construction of the salt storage building. And whereas Mr. Thomas Malloy has directed the highway department through countless extreme weather events, including the October snowstorm of 2011 and the blizzard of 2013. And whereas Mr. Thomas Malloy, throughout his career in Newington, has used his ingenuity and resourcefulness to improve the services by ensuring the department and its equipment was kept up to date in an ever-changing technical world, as is evidenced through his implementation of the town's fuel and fleet management systems. And whereas Mr. Thomas Malloy has received countless letters of appreciation from residents for his dedicated service and accomplishments throughout the years. And whereas Mr. Thomas Malloy's commitment to the town of Newington and highway department is second to none. His dedication over the past 23 years has made a difference for the town and its residents. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby recognizes and extends its sincere appreciation to Thomas Malloy for his professional service and dedication to the town, and wishes him the best in his retirement, dated in Newington, Connecticut, this 12th day of January, 2021, signed Beth Del Buono, Mayor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Camillo, and I will open it now for discussion. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko.
Well, Tom, I'm going to miss you along with Rose Lyons and many other residents. But congratulations on your retirement, and we appreciate your 20 plus years of service and leadership to the Newington Highway Department. I think you can take pride in your accomplishments in helping shape our Newington Highway Department into one of the best in the region, if not in the state. You've done great work in providing all of our residents with safe travels during many difficult storm situations and in keeping our roads in tip-top shape. So I'm wishing you the best as you travel new roads in the future. Thanks for all your help.
Thank you, Counselor Pacheco.
Thank you, Gail. And next is Counselor Menke.
Yeah, Tim, I'd like to extend my congratulations. You've done a great job in keeping our town moving. I wish you the best in retirement. And in the next storm, you can sit back and look out your window and let somebody else worry about it, because you left us in capable hands, and we can move on. And we'll be fine, but we'll certainly miss your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Counselor.
Counselor Nagel.
Thank you. Tom, I really appreciate working on and off with you in our conversations about different things involving road work and citizens' concerns. You've always been straightforward, honest, and have done an excellent job in terms of not only bringing upon the single stream recycling, which people in this town appreciate very much, but also the way you've kept the roads in a tip-top shape, and have during snowstorms and blizzards, those mentioned are not, keeping our roads the safest within the area. Other towns and residents alike know when they come to Newington during a snowstorm or an inclement event, Newington roads have always been the safest in the area, and that in large part has to do with your supervision and the work you've done with your team. You'll be missed. Thank you so much for all the hard work you've done, and I hope you appreciate your retirement.
Thank you, Counselor Nagel.
Counselor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tom, I've had the privilege of working on quite a few different projects with you over the years and interactions. I'd like to thank you for all your years of service, the innovation you've had, and a lot of the processes and programs that you've developed over the years. I hope you have a lot of happy years ahead of you in retirement or your next segment in life. And once again, I think one of your strongest accomplishments that'll always give me a chuckle is the Elton Drive Terminus project. Will not be forgotten. So thanks again, Tom.
Thank you, Counselor Manor.
Counselor Camillo.
Tom, I've known you for more than 40 years, since we were kids, and the town is going to miss you. I know you've left it in good hands, and I hope this isn't the end. You're going to move on to something bigger and better. So thank you again for all your help. It's been great working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Camillo.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so it's my turn, Tom. Oh, Counselor Braverman, did you want to go? I apologize.
That's okay. I wasn't raising my hand the official way. Tom, I just wanted to say, maybe 15 years ago, you worked with me at to implement the recycling in the condominiums when people didn't think we could do it, and it's been really successful. And I want to thank you for that. You made us contributing members to the Recycling and Healthy Newington initiative, and thank you very much. You never doubted it for a minute, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Counselor Braverman.
Tom, I can't say thank you enough. Over the years that I've been, sitting in politics and just being a resident, but you have always been so approachable and reachable and easy to talk to about anything that's going on, and extremely knowledgeable. So anytime I've had an issue, either sitting here as a political person or just a resident, you've always been so responsive, and I appreciate your help with so many things over the years. And I appreciate your approachability, especially. It's not always easy. I know when you're dealing with residents that are complaining, or, usually that's what you hear is people bringing problems, and you have always handled yourself so well and so professionally. And I just greatly appreciate all that you've done. I remember starting that recycling program. That was not necessarily all that easy or popular back then. So I appreciate that you got us really going with that, and on the forefront at the time. I think we were, pretty early on getting that going. And I appreciate your efforts with that. As someone else mentioned earlier, our roads in this town are just unparalleled. Anytime there's a storm, I know the second I cross over the Newington line into an adjoining town, I apologize, adjoining towns, but it's true. Tom, your leadership really has put a program into place in this town that is I know Rob is up to the challenge, and I hope it's big shoes to fill with you leaving us. And I just want to say thank you, really sincerely thank you for all you've done for us over the years.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. It's been a great run, and I was very fortunate to work for the town of Newington. I would not have been as successful without the great people I worked with, starting with Rob Hillman, who will be an excellent superintendent, Sue Smith, Hermes Lavoie, Jim Wells, Billy Califano, to name a few. I could go on in our department. I would like to thank them all for what they do day in and day out to make the Newington Highway Department something to be proud of. I would like to thank the town manager and the previous town managers during my career for their support. I would also like to thank the mayor and town council and past mayors and councils for their support. I'd like to thank my wife, Christine, and my 3 daughters, Leah, Jennifer, and Abby, for their support and understanding throughout my career, for all the long nights away from home during snowstorms and other unexpected emergencies. It's been a great run. Looking forward to the future. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Tom. All right, folks, we're going to move on to public
Roll call.
participation. Oh, I forgot to do the roll call. Thank you.
I'll keep you on track.
Fine.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Pedreco,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
Unanimous, Your Honor.
Wonderful. Congratulations to all of our retirees tonight. As you heard, we had 3 this evening, and we appreciate you so much and so glad you could be here. I am so sorry that this had to happen on a Zoom call instead of in person, because it's always nice to have you all, at the table with us and able to speak with us. And so hopefully someday in the near future, we'll be able to do that again. And I'm glad we were able to do it this way. And I hope your families and friends were able to watch at least and tune in. And if not, it'll be recorded and you can make them watch it in the future. Maybe with some popcorn. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move on to public participation. Typically, we have, I believe, some public participation on the proclamations, and this is just general public participation. So any member of the public who wants to comment on the proclamations or bring any other business forward may do so. If you're in the Zoom application, you can raise your hand in the participants window. And otherwise, if you are calling into the Zoom meeting, you can do *9 to do the raise hand function. And I'm just going to switch my windows. And we do have several people with their hands up. The first caller, I believe, is Sue Mazzacoli. If you could just state your name and address for the record. Oh, hold on one second. I don't think you're unmuted yet. There we go. Are you there, Sue?
Hi, Sue Mazzacoli, 149 Harris Drive, Newington, Connecticut. The reason I'm calling tonight is something that I heard our town manager Keith say at a Talk to the Mayor program on NCTV. But first, if you don't mind, I'd like to say congratulations to our retirees. Officer Kaufman, especially for your service as a student resource officer, something near and dear to my heart. Also, Tom Malloy, my dad would always say when he traveled up from Seymour to see me that he knew he was in Newington during a snowstorm because all of a sudden the roads were clear. So just to let you know, my dad appreciated that. And then also Cindy Roberts Diaz, thank you so much for keeping the department together and organized. And I'd like to invite you, once COVID is over, to the newly retired Newington Women's Group. So if you need to know more, I'd be happy to reach out to you through Facebook, or if you want to reach out to me. I'm not the organizer, but I could put you in touch. And so all of you, please enjoy your retirement. Now, as far as what I heard on the Talk to the Mayor, Keith, I was very pleased to hear you say that you feel it's extremely important to reach out to the older population in our town. And I happen to be 68, and I am a member of the Newington Senior and Disabled Center. I want to let you know that they have been amazing, absolutely amazing. They reach out to us once a week with a call We also have had several Zoom meetings too, including everything from classes to, contests, you name it. They've still provided lunches to people who need those dinners. They drive up and receive their weekly dinner. They still do shredding for us if you have to drop off your shredding. That's one thing I'm taking care of. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate your thought. I wanted to let you know how well the senior center is doing for us, but I'd also like to get more information on what you meant by reaching out to the older population, because I know there are so many that don't belong to the Senior and Disabled Center. I mean, yes, the numbers are growing and they're doing a great job, and I think the word is getting out, but I just know there's people out there too that haven't joined. Tends to be heavily on the male side for some reason, but I was hoping that maybe somewhere along the line you could share that information on how the town is going to reach out, especially now with COVID. So thank you very much, and have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Mazzuccoli. The next caller, the caller ID says Eileen. If you could state your name and address for the record, welcome.
She's on mute still.
If you're on your phone, hit *6 to unmute.
How about now?
That's better.
Okay, there we go. I'm not on my phone. That's the problem. Eileen Francolino, 116 Lydall Road. Good evening and Happy New Year to all of you. I'm calling in tonight just to check in regarding the 150th anniversary celebration. As you can imagine, planning has been difficult to say the least. We've just keep postponing and postponing and postponing, and then hopefully that, things are going to get better and the vaccine will be here and we can all get out and have a true celebration. But one of the things that we're going to do during the month of January, actually next week, yeah, pretty soon, several of us on the committee decided that we are going to make a memorial at the waterfall, and we're just going to light it up with candles. And the purpose of the memorial is for people to pause to remember those who have lost the fight against COVID, as well as to thank those who continue to work hard to keep us safe. The purpose is not to have a gathering at this point. The purpose would be to drive by, notice the beautiful landmark in our town and say, hey, what's going on? Read the sign and say, yes, we should pause to remember those who we've lost and to thank those who continue to help us out. In conjunction with this, the Church of Christ Congregational has agreed to ring the bells at 5:30 for 15 minutes. So that will give people a little signal to pause and reflect. And anybody who wants to help support us, we would ask that you make a donation to Human Services. Other than that, we have a few things coming up, but nothing is really cast in stone yet because of COVID, obviously, but I'll keep you posted. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Ms. Francolino, for the update. We appreciate it. All right, the next caller is Ms. Lyons. Let me.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. First of all, to the retirees, I wish them all happy and healthy retirement. And if they're going into another career, I hope that is just as satisfying as the career that they have just left. I have not had the opportunity to meet Officer Kaufman. I have been in Newington since Chief Holleran was Chief of Police, so I've seen a lot of retirements, and I'm feeling older and older each time, especially when people that I went to school with, their children are retiring. But in any case, Cindy and I have known each other since her son and my nephew were in school together, and now they're in their 30s. I wish her well in her retirement and happiness with her her grandchild or grandchildren. I forgot how many she has, but enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. It's the best thing you've ever going to experience. Trust me. Tom Malloy, everybody has said what I was going to say about you, so I will just say this. As soon as COVID is over, don't forget, we have a date for your retirement party at the Terminus Project on Elton Drive. All of you invited if you'd like to come, and maybe we can rename it Rose's Way if you are so inclined. In any case, now to the more important, or not more important things, but to business, not pleasure. In a recent press release, it was announced that the state of Connecticut was awarding $13 million for infrastructure upgrades and rehabilitation for low and moderate income individuals. Among those grants, and unfortunately it wasn't to Newington, was $1 million grant for flood drainage control. Tonight, as you're discussing grants that have been applied for and the status of those grants, I'm wondering if you could think about maybe trying to apply for some grant monies for the Millbrook Piper Brook area. That area was cleaned up in the 1990s by the Army Corps of Engineers, as it's a part of the south branch of the Park River. And then a few years back, DEEP came in and cleaned up the area because the National Conservation Resource Service had threatened to take away the flood control certification, which would have resulted in homeowners and businesses' insurance premiums going up quite a bit. The annual inspection of the area was held this year, or last year, on November 2nd, but the report is not available according to my contact at DEEP. I've been told by town employees that it's easier to get grant monies for new projects as opposed to maintenance. But it appears that there are monies there for maintenance, and I'm just hoping that in the future we'll think about asking for them. I don't know how much time I have left, but let me get this in if I may quickly. Once again, I want to ask about the status of a meeting being held by the Board of Ethics. The last meeting I attended was in 2016. And at that time, the then town manager suggested that they not meet until the board was full. There was several vacancies. Well, as the years have gone on, there have been attempts to have meetings. At one time, she was advised, Tanya was advised by Ben Ancona that a meeting could only be called by the chairman or 3 members or above the board, I believe. At this point in time, after checking with the town website, I'm really not sure how many members we have, but from my recollection, we're down to about 1 Democrat full member and 1 unaffiliated full member. We have de facto members, and I just think it's time that perhaps we get our act together with the ethics board. And before you suggest that I join, I've already volunteered to be on the board. I was on twice, and both times I was told, oh, they only meet once a year. Don't worry about it. It's an easy thing to do. Well, both times items came up, issues came up, and I resigned. And I just feel it's time to get some people on board and just have it in place, even though I'm hoping that nothing ever happens that we need to have a meeting called, at least get it set up with a chairman and some regular meetings, even if it's once a year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. The next caller is, the caller ID says Clark. Clark, you're still muted. There you go.
Good?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I'll try to be more gentle then. I want to address my remarks to agenda item 7E.
Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Oh, I did that before, but you didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, Clark. Go ahead.
No, you're right. Clark Hestel, 167 Connecticut Avenue.
Okay.
Rose and her comment about the ethics committee reminded me, agenda item 7E, request for tax fixing. My goodness, what a choice of words. Request for tax fixing agreement in 712 Cedar Street. I just want to ask, isn't it a little unusual for the seller of a property to act as an agent for the buyer negotiating a tax abatement? And isn't it unusual that with all the whereases, there's no attempt to justify the 40% tax abatement over 10 years that they're requesting? How can we be sure that 20% isn't enough, or 35% isn't enough, or this 60% wouldn't be better? I really don't understand this. I understand it could be that without a tax abatement, there's no deal. And I understand that in that case, that's bad for everybody. But I can't help suspecting that part of the motivation of the seller is to enable the seller, him, to negotiate a higher price with the buyer. That would be a good deal for the seller, but bad for everyone else. All the rest of the taxpayers in town. And it would look bad to the entire, well, not to the entire world, but to anybody who's paying attention. I was a little surprised reading in the Town Crier and the Rare Reminder a few weeks ago how quickly everybody jumped on board the idea of just automatically giving developers tax breaks. I don't know what to say. I don't expect this council to take note of what I'm saying. But I am asking Mark DiPaolo, a Rare Reminder, and Erica Schmidt of the Town Crier, please take note. I mean, I really think this is something that we need to talk about. And if I'm lucky, and I think if you do the right thing, you will talk about it in your remarks following public participation. Okay, thank you very much. Happy New Year, everybody, and congratulations to the retirees.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Unfortunately, our council rules only allow for one participation by a member of the public at the beginning and at the end. So I see someone has their hand up, but they have already spoken. So unfortunately, I'm going to have you wait. And if you'd like to speak with us again, you can do so at the end of the meeting during our second public participation. I apologize for that, but it's just part of our rules of procedure. Okay, I don't see any other members of the public with their hands up. Did anybody have any email correspondence to share? Okay, hearing none. Okay, thank you. We will move on to remarks by councilors on public participation. I do not, oh, there we go. Councilor Minor.
No, just to double back. Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was a group email that was sent out this morning. I don't know if anybody else saw it. It was from the operations department for Sousa Manufacturing that was inquiring on the health update for COVID vaccinations, with them being critical. I think the time to bring that up would either be with Mr. Brown or Mr. Chapman at a later point, but I at least wanted to reference that we did receive that email to our group email account.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Chris, I did respond to him and give him the CC or
The
CTAD, yeah, website. And I somehow balled it up and only put Beth on the copy list. So I'm sorry, I tried to put everybody on there, but Outlook is not my thing. So I did respond to him and gave him the information on the website, and told to get back if we need anything else.
Thank you, Councilor Donahue. Okay, any other remarks by councilors? Mr. Costello, I will just respond by saying that the town has been working diligently, this entire council, on becoming more business friendly and working on economic development. That has been a goal of this council. As many of us know, the town's economic development has been really stagnant over several years now. And so that is a huge priority for this council. And in looking at other towns, and what abatements and offers are out there, so to speak, in other towns for economic development. We are trying to make ourselves more competitive and more marketable so that we can develop more, clearly being respectful of open space, but just economically getting more businesses in town, making sure that people are more successful here. And all of that helps our tax base. And so that will offset to other our taxpayer costs. So that has been a priority of this council. I don't believe there's anything shady going on, as I think you implied. I know the town manager has worked diligently on researching other towns and what their programs look like in terms of economic development and tax abatement. And I know that he'll touch on that a bit later when we have that agenda item, but I just felt like I needed to at least address that, that issue. Ms. Francolino, I just wanted to say thank you for your efforts. I think the waterfall memorial idea is an extraordinary idea, and it will help everyone take pause and remember those that have lost their lives and those that are working so diligently to help us get through this crisis. So I appreciate your efforts with that. And Ms. Lyons, I'm glad you brought our attention again to Millbrook and Piperbrook. I know that's always on the forefront of your concern, and it never hurts to help remind us of that. So we'll hear more about the grants that are available and that we are looking into later on in the agenda. Okay, I don't see any other council hands up, so we will move on now to the first item on our agenda, which is to welcome our legislators. We have our annual meeting with our legislators, so welcome all.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Great.
Hello, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
It's our pleasure. And I know Senator Lesser, I did get an email saying that he had a family issue that he needed to take care of and would not be able to join us this evening. He was invited as well. I just want to make sure everybody knows we didn't forget him, and that he did communicate with us that he was unable to attend this evening for some family issues. So I would open it up for council discussion, and Mr. Chapman certainly can join in the discussion if there are things that you would like to bring up with our legislators. Would you guys like to start off with any thoughts that you have in terms of the session that you're just entering into and things that you have on the agenda? Representative Wood or Representative Turco or Sanchez?
I'll let Representative Turco kick it off.
Oh, okay. I was gonna let you, but sure. I don't mind kicking it off. So, well, first, I'm Representative Gary Turco, representing the 27th district, which is about, I'd like to say, about 80% of the residents in Newington. And thank you for inviting me here. This is my third, fourth, fifth time, something like that, being in front of the town council now. I am very excited to serve Newington for another 2 years, and thank everybody in Newington that supported me to be here and be the representative of the people for another 2 years. But this next legislative session, we are going to face even more difficult and unprecedented challenges. And I don't need to explain that to all of you on the town council. You're dealing with that. You've been dealing with that yourself in running and operating our town. When I was first elected and I sat down in front of you and said we had a deficit that we had to cover, it was about a $2 billion deficit. That looked like that was going to be a very difficult thing, a lot of tough choices. But what we're faced with now in the middle of a pandemic and what it's done to the loss of life, what it's done to our economy and the amount of people unemployed and budgets and businesses is even more of a severe situation. There are some bright points. We have a very, very large rainy day fund here in Connecticut, one of the largest in percentage to our total operating costs in the entire nation as a state, which will really help get us through. And the federal government just passed another very large stimulus package. And we are expecting a lot of money to be coming from that to the state of Connecticut. Governor Lamont in a press conference today with the commissioner of the Department of Economic Community Development stated that a lot of that money is going to go towards helping businesses, helping our hospitals, helping schools, helping municipalities, and helping us weather this storm without hopefully having to do drastic cuts or tax increases to get through this next budget cycle. So we're hoping those federal funds, we're hoping those rainy day savings that we have, some smart cuts where it needs to be, and that will be really helpful in getting us through. And my goal this legislative session, of course, we have the vaccine rollout. We're still in the middle of this pandemic. We can't overlook that. There's still, thousands of people getting infected every day. There are still people dying. I mean, we need to do a lot more to keep people safe and get through until we have massive distribution of the vaccine, which probably by the time everybody gets their 2 doses and we really build that herd immunity, we're probably looking into late summer, early fall. So we still have quite a bit to go. So we're going to be dealing with a lot of that. And we've already been told by our leadership that some of the more peripheral issues that would have been like nice to have, but maybe not as necessary, that we usually have debates about every legislative session, probably won't have the time this session. This session is going to be a lot focused on dealing with the pandemic, getting our economy up and running, helping all the essential workers. One of my priorities is to remain town funding. So, and I know Town Manager Keith Chapman is going to talk to us about the areas that the state has decreased funding to municipalities over the last, 20 plus years. And the last couple of years, we've seen a little uptick, and we'd like to continue that trend. But being in a pandemic, being in an area where we have a deficit, I at least want to hold Newington flat and hopefully not see any area where you have decreased funding, where you need to rely on property tax increases, at least from the state. That's going to be my goal, what I'm going to be working very hard on. I also had a conversation with the Undersecretary from the Office of Policy Management today regarding Anna Reynolds Elementary School. We made the priority list for school construction projects, 58% funding of the 35 million. And that is going to be in the school construction bill in the legislature. And Representative Wood and Representative Sanchez and Senator Lesser and myself are going to be all working as a team as one of our top priorities for Newington to secure, I think it's around 17 million back to Newington reimbursement so that you can go forward with that Anna Reynolds Elementary School project. We know how important that is for the entire community. And economic development, mass transit, continuing to look for Newington train station and helping have economic development in the town, protecting open space are some of the other areas that we'd like to work with the council on. So that's my intro. I'll turn it over to Manny and Kerry, but let me just also congratulate the retirees and all the great work that they've done for the town of Newington. I know Newington is one of the best run towns in the entire state, and that is because of its workers and its employees and all of its leadership. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Representative Wood or Representative Sanchez, would you like to add anything?
Sure, just real quick, I don't, Gary makes it easy for us to say very little because he covers it all. But my name is Carrie Wood. I am the representative from the 29th district, which is part of Newington, all of Rocky Hill, and part of Weathersfield. And besides all the great things that Gary said, I am on the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, so balancing the budget, not on the backs of taxpayers, is definitely a priority. I've heard from constituents here in Newington how stretched they are, especially with being furloughed and having a lot of increases due to COVID. So we're really going to be cognizant of the state that all of us and our families and everyone are in. Additionally, we have heard you loud and clear on the need to provide stronger penalties for repeat offenders when it comes to car thefts and break-ins. And Representative Turco and I have been working even across the aisle with our colleagues to really understand what putting our best foot forward here to make a dent in the short term, realizing that every day that goes by, our communities are under threat from this issue. I'm also on the Commerce Committee, so a huge reinvestment in Connecticut and innovating our way out of this recession that COVID has put us in will be a focus in the legislature and of mine. I'm also co-chair with Senator Lesser of the Insurance and Real Estate Committee. Part of that will be being able to find quality healthcare solutions at an affordable price. We have many in our population that are paying more than their mortgage payment for healthcare coverage that is not even that great. So I know that Councilman Minor has brought us some great examples of things we need to fix, and we will be working to that effect. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Representative Sanchez, did you want to add anything? I know we're going to have lots of discussion tonight, but
Sure, I'll be brief. Hi everyone. My name is Manny Sanchez. I represent part of Newington and New Britain, the 24th district. Thank you, Your Honor, and council members, for this opportunity to be with you. I really and truly look forward to learning the issues and working with everyone on those matters for the betterment of Newington. And I'm really excited to get to work. A little bit about my background is obviously as a new state rep. I've been a city council member in New Britain for the last 10 years, so I hope to use that experience and obviously that experience in municipal politics, municipal government, should you both, right, Mayor? go a little bit of a long way. So I'm open, and I hope to have those conversations with everybody. And again, thank you for this opportunity.
great, thank you. It's good to have you on board. All right, I'm going to open it up to council questions at this point. I know we all have a lot of questions or concerns that we want to at least have the chance to share with you all as you're, in your session, so that kind of if there's anything else that we are concerned about that you can help us with. It's like a game show, on Zoom, because I get the little raised hands and they come in order. So it's like a game show. Whoever buzzes first, I have to take them in order. So I'm not playing favorites, I promise. The first counselor up is Counselor Camillo.
Hi guys, welcome, congratulations. This is for all of you. Proposed Bill 5163, Representative Green from the 55th District brought this to you guys. It's about letting the police pursue the bad guy, somebody that's stealing cars, which they can't do anymore. Are you guys going to vote for this or against it? And then some of these other unfunded mandates that happened before you got here, and because of what's happening with COVID and probably the lack of funds coming to our town or the state, could you think about going back, especially with the Board of Ed, repealing or rescinding this until we're through the thick of it? Because of a lot of this affects the whole town. That's it for now.
I'll just answer real quick. I have approached Rocky Hill and Weathersfield on the high-speed pursuits, and their mayors and council do not want to do high-speed chases. I will ask the council here, and I see the chief is on. If that is something you would like, I will just tell you that of the 3 towns I represent, 2 are adamantly opposed to the chases. That I'll just answer that part and let someone else take the rest.
I will just say it's my understanding that the recommendation not to have high-speed chases in regards to lesser crimes like property thefts was recommendations that came from law enforcement and came from municipalities. I believe in my conversation with Chief Clark a couple weeks ago, he mentioned he didn't think that it was a good idea to change that either. I'm very willing to look into that if that's something that law enforcement thinks should be reviewed. But it's my understanding that they're not recommending that change. And then on the unfunded mandates, what I would like to know, I know we got the list of the unfunded mandates from the Board of Education. It was about 25 pages, and I was taking a look at them. And I think a lot of the things in there, like you mentioned, Councilor Camillo, were passed way before our time, but a lot of them seem like they're really, really great ideas that are very beneficial to the education of our students, education of our teachers, and to have the best school system possible in Newington and best education system in the state, for the state of Connecticut throughout the nation. So I worry about the harm that could be caused to repeal some of those mandates and maybe some municipalities not go forward with them. So what I'd like to know is which of those mandates Newington thinks they do not want to do and do not need and do need to be repealed, and then what the current cost to Newington is for them. And then maybe some of them you don't necessarily want totally repealed, but you want a change in the policy, the way it was, mandated that the state requires Newington do it. And I will work on trying to change that legislation if it would be better for Newington. Well, yeah, that's what I just asked, is which policies, because teaching civics classes, I think that's very important, history and civics, requiring that schools have a nurse. That seems very important. Allowing teachers and staff members that are in the military to be able to go and do their active service. A lot of those mandates in there, I think Newington probably wants to continue. So if you can provide us that list of which ones you want to get rid of, that would help.
I'd like to kind of take things in order. So just in terms of what Representative Wood was mentioning about the high-speed chase, I wanted to give either Chief Clark or Mr. Chapman or any staff member that's on or council member an opportunity to respond to the idea of the pursuit policy.
I think it would be best if Steve Clark, the Chief of Police, respond to that.
Yeah, I'd like to respond. I'm not in favor of changing it as far as property crimes. Pursuits are, and I'll start off. I mean, I started in '85 and we pursued for motor vehicle violations back then. And I've been in my fair share of pursuits, and they're extremely dangerous, especially to innocent bystanders on the roadway. So I'm not in favor of changing the pursuit policy. I think it's the way it's written now. I agree with the verbiage that's in the statewide pursuit policy, and it's just too dangerous. It's dangerous for the innocent people on the road. Police officers have been killed in pursuit. So I'll go on the record as saying I'm not in favor of changing the statewide pursuit policy.
Chief Clark, did you want to add anything in terms of what we would like our legislators to accomplish for us this session in terms of combating some of this? I mean, we did send a letter out, I know, with some ideas, but and I think you hit on it, Representative Wood, I think it was you that said about it being really the repeat offender issue. So I know that you all hosted a Zoom call that I was able to participate in, and there's certainly concern for our youth, and clearly we need to look at what the factors are that may be, causing them or making them want to do these kinds of things. And I stated it at the Zoom call. Of course, I want to help our youth. I mean, I'm an educator, so I'm a human that likes kids, and I want to help them as much as possible. And I know that kids need second chances. Like, I will be the first to admit that, and I've said this over and over. Kids need second chances. The problem here is that we're not talking about just second chances. We are talking, as you mentioned, about repeat offenders. We are talking about kids that are out pretty much every night doing these kinds of things, whether they're getting caught every night or not. And those are the kids that, if they're not taking advantage of the programs that we have in place, if they're not taking advantage of counseling or the things that are offered through the system right now, then what are our next steps to make sure that we have a way to manage this, and that there is, I'm going to use the word consequence. There has to be a consequence or a deterrent for these individuals not to continue to vandalize and victimize the members of our community. I mean, this has been an ongoing issue, and I've said this before. I had a car stolen out of my driveway, which was not my car, and I have also had cars broken into on another occasion. So, I know that it's not about me, but I get calls and complaints and emails every week about this. So it's a huge issue, and it's not just us. You know that we've been talking with a lot of other towns, and Carrie, you mentioned that. And so we need to really work together and brainstorm on what we need done. And I don't know, Chief Clark, if you have anything you want to weigh in on, or.
Sure. I think you really need, in my opinion now, is you really need to take another look at the juvenile justice reforms. I think some of them need to be revamped. And I think you have some kids that, as the mayor had stated, that do not respond to those alternative interventions, whether it be restorative justice, probation. There are kids, and don't forget, when we deal with them, you could say they are at their worst. They're not going into probation or a counseling session or juvenile court acting the way they're acting with us. They're going in with their best behavior. So again, we're seeing them at that worst time. And there are a group of juveniles, and they're out there that just don't respond to those interventions and need consequences. They know there are no consequences. Just by the mere fact of the way they act with us, what they say to us, and then some of the things that they've done. In Rocky Hill, where an officer tried to pull them over, and they take off, and the car pulls off to the side of the road, and they jump out of the car using profanity, baiting the officer, telling him to chase them. And then in one instance where something similar, the officer tried to stop him, engaged him in pursuit. He stopped, pulled off to the side of the road. They doubled back, and they drove at him, and appeared that they were going to ram his vehicle. So those are the types of kids that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the other kids that respond well to those interventions. There needs to be some consequences, because if we have consequences and they see that, they're going to carry that into their adult years. If they become conditioned so much where they know that they could commit crime and there's no consequences, that's going to carry into their adult years. And I know the intent of the legislation is not to get them into the criminal justice system, but there's kids that are, by the virtue of not even having any consequences as juveniles, are going to move into that next level. And we know that there's some kids that are going to mature and they're going to age out of that. But again, we're not doing them any good with no consequences. And I think that's what needs to be revisited. In detention, it is just about impossible to get a kid in detention. You need a take into custody order. There's certain conditions, and I think it's incumbent upon us also is to protect those kids from themselves. I mean, they're out in the environment, putting themselves at risk by some of the things that they're doing. And if we don't take any action, we're just enabling them to be in an environment that puts them at grave risk. And we had a situation here in town where that happened. And, as far as I'm concerned, the system failed him. And we need to revisit that and take a look at it, because we're not doing them any good. And it's going to take a lot of money, and and it's interesting. I just got a call the other day, and I'm waiting to hear back from a professor from a college in Massachusetts that reached out to me. And typically what they do is she works as part of a team that focuses on gun violence. And what they're looking to do is to do some research about the cart brake problem here in Newington. And with this team to try to come up with some comprehensive intervention and enforcement strategies and how to deal with this. So it'd be interesting to see what she says. And, if I like what I hear, maybe they can come down and do a study here in town and give us some of those enforcement strategies and alternative interventions to help us deal with this issue. But I think, up at the Capitol, we need legislative support. You really need to revisit this, because it's just a matter of time that I feel there's going to be a tragedy, and that's just something that we're trying to avoid. And raising our own kids, we know as parents, and I've raised teenagers, and I'm sure there's other people here that have done the same. Kids need boundaries, they need expectations, and they need consequences when they don't meet those expectations. And I just think the kids are just running wild, not all of them, but a group, and we're not doing them any good by not giving them boundaries and consequences.
Thank you, Chief. I know there's a lot of hands up. I'm going to ask guys on the screen, if it's related to that topic, raise your hand for me on screen. Otherwise, I want to just give, okay. Counselor Anist, Counselor Minor. Go ahead, Counselor Anist. Oh, you're muted.
I apologize. What's going to happen is this is a quality of life issue for every resident, not only in Newington, but the whole state. People are afraid. They keep checking their cars.
there's got to be, as the chief said, some sort of consequences for these second and third offenders. Not only is it a quality of life issue, but it also does impact our automobile insurance premiums and our homeowners premium as these juveniles or these individuals start getting more bold and start breaking into people's garages as well as the residents. And unfortunately, somewhere down the road, this is going to turn very unfavorable and somebody innocent is going to get hurt and seriously hurt. And I think we need to be proactive on this subject and not reactive. So I think I would love to see the three of you together with Representative Lesser or State Senator Lesser to really move forward and be the champion of trying to get some sort of reform done on this topic, because it's gotten to a point where it's really out of hand and people are scared. And that's all I'm going to say. You know, we just don't want anybody to get injured. It's bad enough our personal properties being damaged. We don't want our bodies to be damaged too.
Thank you, Councilor Ennis. Councilor Minor, did you have something on this subject?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple points. Two recent pursuits, Chief, that one was one of the few that I can actually say stayed a pursuit all the way through. And that was somebody that was driving the wrong way on the Berlin Turnpike that went out of Newington into Weathersfield, into New Britain. The entire time, the driver was riding in the opposing lane of traffic, putting every motorist on the road at that time in jeopardy. And whether it was intent to do so or it was just what he was doing, that was one situation that I am glad that you pursued it with the interest of public safety first and foremost. Because had that gone on alone, that person would have inevitably killed somebody. The second being a stolen car that began to drive erratically, driving up on front lawns as it exited town. My concern is it's putting the officers in a very difficult decision to decide whether or not the danger to public safety and the operator themselves is greater than to disconnect and cut off the pursuit. Just wanted to see if I could get you to comment on that, Chief. And the second thing was with non-conventional theories. I brought this up with the delegation from Hartford before. Trooper 1 is housed out of Brainerd Airport. We've had it for years. It's been in the hangar for years. I heard it in the air for the first time last week in quite a long time. Is there any way that the delegation can have a conversation with the state police to take advantage of putting an airship in the air and pursuing from a distance, allowing you guys on the ground to not put anybody into jeopardy? That would be the second thought of something non-conventional. And the third would be Weathersfield has license plate readers in multiple locations within their town. It gives their department the advantage of knowing when vehicles are coming in that are either stolen or there's issues to them that the LPRs pick up. Is there a possibility of pursuing funding through the delegation for that as being a non-invasive way of trying to go after this issue without putting your guys directly at risk? And I'd just be curious to your thoughts on that, Chief.
Yes. Okay, I'll start off with the pursuit that you had that you brought up, and this particular offender was found on Raleigh Street, passed out behind the wheel. The officer on midnights pulled up behind him and went over to check on him. When he walked up to the window, banged on the window, the driver woke up and then just took off on the officer. The officer made no effort to pursue him. He just let him go, crossed the Berlin Turnpike, went on to Selden Street by Eversource into Berlin, and we notified Berlin. The officer continued on his patrol, was checking the business district on Kelsey Street. About 15, 20 minutes later, and he sees the car again. The car sees the officer, or the driver sees the officer, and takes off at a high rate of speed, driving recklessly on Kelsey Street. The officer makes no effort to try to stop him, just lets him go. And continues on his patrol. Another officer working on the other side of the Berlin Turnpike sees the car driving recklessly all over the road. The car comes out onto the Berlin Turnpike, and in front of another officer proceeds to go northbound in the southbound lanes of the Berlin Turnpike at a high rate of speed. So the officers are trying to stop them and stop some of the traffic on the southbound side of the turnpike. The car goes into Weathersfield, and then in the southbound lanes going northbound, and then goes on to Arrow Road, and then goes up to where Cedar Crest is. So the officers, the Newington officers know there's one way in and one way out. So they set up stop sticks at Arrow Road and Russell Road. Car came back, hit the stop sticks, flattened the tires, and then the officers proceed to try to get the vehicle stopped. It was driving, as you said, in the other lane. Two of the wheels were flat. In fact, one of the tires came off. The pursuit was at a low speed. They were trying to get him stopped. At that point, we were committed. So chased the vehicle into New Britain at low speed, and they were able to, the car stopped actually in New Britain by Paradise Pizza. He stopped, got out, and laid out prone on the road, and they took him into custody. As far as the license plate readers, I can't tell you the value of the license plate readers that we've had, especially the ones that are stationary on the Berlin Turnpike, especially with some of the information we've been able to gather, as most recently as the shooting that we had a few nights back on Robbins Avenue. We were able to identify a possible vehicle based on that license plate reader in Weathersfield. So I would be in full support of more license plate readers. I know that's an issue with the ACLU, and I know they have a lot of standing up at the Capitol. So that may be problematic in trying to get funding for the license plate readers, especially the stationary ones. I can tell you it's something we're looking at, but it is very costly. But at the same time, I can tell you they've been very beneficial for our criminal investigations and identifying vehicles. So I forget what the other question was, Chris?
It was basically touching on the ability for the state police to utilize the aircraft that we have. It's not funded, and that's why it sits in the hangar, but that allows you the opportunity to surveil a vehicle without engaging it actively in pursuit and converge on it when it goes to stop. It seems like a safe way to try to get at who the operators are, because that seems like your biggest challenge is you're just not catching them because they're not giving you the opportunity to catch them.
Yes, I mean, air support is invaluable. I can't tell you. And yeah, the state police helicopter sits idle because I think a lot of it has to do with funding. The funding's not there. As you recall back when we were having all the problems with the ATVs, I had reached out from my previous times as one of the tactical commanders for the regional SWAT team. I reached out to Homeland Security, and they sent up a helicopter from New York. And we used the helicopter for close air support when we were having all the issues with the ATV problem. But yeah, the state helicopter is extremely difficult to get assistance from, because from what I understand, the funding's not there and it just sits idle. So when we do use a helicopter, we try to go through Homeland Security, and they come up out of New York to provide assistance. But yeah, if we could get a helicopter up there, that would be, you just surveil it from the air. It would be very helpful.
You could put one regionally in any of the metro cities, whether it be, Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, just in the air. And I guarantee you would just be going from one to the other. And to me, that seems like a safe way to go after the end result of trying to take them into custody, the concerns are not being putting anybody else in jeopardy along the way. And it seems like a safe opportunity. Just one last
Well, I
statement.
know.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. One of the things they might want to consider, when I was down at the FBI Academy many, many years ago, I went up on the helicopter with the Maryland State Police, and how they funded their program. They had 7 helicopters for the entire state. And they had 4 helicopters that operated 24 hours a day. And then they had 3 others that operated either 8 hours a day or 16 hours a day. And how they funded that helicopter program was a surcharge on driver's licenses. So every driver's license, there was a surcharge, and that went towards their state police helicopter program to help fund having the helicopters available. But they also did medevac too. It wasn't just police assistance, crime investigation. It was medevac because they had a paramedic on each helicopter. But that might be something to consider. But that was back in 1997, so I'm not sure if that's the same. They still have the same program.
Right. And just the last thing, JR. Oh, so go ahead.
I was just going to say, I want to make sure we keep it relevant to what the legislators can help us with right now, because we will be discussing more later on too.
Yeah. So that's, I'll end it at that.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go back. I know there's some hands up, but I do want to touch back to what Representative Turco mentioned, which was the unfunded mandates. And so I know I'd like to open it up to council members, but also to the town manager. I see Ms. Bedrejko, Deputy Mayor Bedrejko, do you want to go ahead and start with that?
Yes, actually, this kind of ties both in regarding police issues and the unfunded mandate, specifically the funding related to the police accountability bill. Now, I have it on very good sources, estimates on what this is going to cost the town of Newington. For example, the equipment requirements alone. We currently have in our police vehicles the in-car cameras, but they were bought in 2015 and they're nearing the end of their usable life cycle. So they need to be replaced. Now this, along with the body cams, it's been estimated over the next 3 years is going to cost the town approximately $500,000. The state is going to reimburse us because we are not a distressed community, 30% only for the initial purchase, with no funding for ongoing maintenance and replacement. Now this leaves a big chunk of change for the town to absorb. Additionally, on the police accountability bill, there's going to be annual data storage costs for the videos that are captured with the equipment. If it's cloud-based, this could run to be $38,000 annually up to the town, no help from the state. The amount of video is going to be enormous. So additional staff is going to be required just to manage it. The retrieval, the cataloging, the vetting, the redacting, reacting to FOI requests, for example. The estimate is $100,000 for the staffing, not including benefits. Again, up to the town. New accreditation requirements mandated, approximately $10,000 annually. The town has to eat this cost, no help from the state. Mandatory psych and drug testing could run approximately $7,000 to $8,000 annually, if not more. Again, up to the town to absorb. So this is just a few of the requirements of this one bill. Now, the intent of the police accountability bill is honorable, but how do you propose that Newington can absorb the cost of it?
I will, thank you, Councilwoman Bedrejko. If you don't mind, Mayor, if I comment?
Absolutely, please.
Sure. So I own a home here in Newington. I own a car. I pay property taxes. And I never like to see if state funding is cut or there's a new mandate put on municipalities like Newington without the funding, because I know what that means. You got to pay for it as a town, and that means our property taxes are paying for it. And if your grand list is not growing, you're going to have to increase property taxes. So I don't want to see that. So I am working with my fellow legislators to see how we can continuously increase some of the of the reimbursement rates so that Newington won't have as much of a burden with these programs. One of the things we're talking about is for the data storage is rather than each individual municipality having to negotiate with these companies and have its own contracts and deals with the data storage, is there a way we can pool with all 169 municipalities, the entire state, pool together and negotiate one contract that then the state could help pay for all the municipalities? That could be one way that we're looking with the data storage to help reduce that cost. We're going to re-examine the reimbursement rates too to see if we can help more with the equipment and help increase funding in other ways to the municipality to help with these unfunded mandates. So I understand the issue and I want to help.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chapman, I know you had prepared some thoughts on the unfunded mandates piece, and I want to give Superintendent Brumman a chance too, because I know there was a question posed of her.
Yes, if I may, I've listened now for almost an hour on this discussion, and it's a perfect example of what's wrong with the system. Representative Turco, you were very proud to say that percentage-wise, Connecticut has one of the largest rainy day funds. Now, that fund is large partly because you're not funding what you're mandating. And that is a critical point, that if you are going to mandate what we just talked about with the police, if it's that important to the state, why is it that you're not funding it, yet you have one of the largest rainy day funds percentage-wise in the country? It's sort of deceptive. And what's happening with the unfunded mandates is that you, as a state legislature, set unfunded mandates where the towns and the cities have to fund it somehow, some way. Meanwhile, you have large rainy day funds, and then you give out grants to various towns for various things. I would suggest, you asked earlier, what are the costs to the town for all of the unfunded mandates? The list is quite long, and we'll do that research for you. But I would ask that you consider proposing that the state halt doing any unfunded mandates. If you as a state think it's that critical to have, then you as a state fund it. But to put it down to the towns and the cities for something that we don't have control over as a town or a city is unfair. So if it's that critical to the state, then you fund it. And I would also say that look at your rainy day fund and start sharing some of that money to the towns that need it. We looked at what happened when the state mandated no more taxes for manufacturing equipment. Today, we are short annually $4 million because the state mandated no taxation on manufacturing equipment. So we have manufacturing equipment in the town and throughout the whole state that is not taxed because you as a state mandated that we couldn't tax it. That's not right. You talk about economic development. We want more economic development to occur. We're working very hard to do that. However, it's difficult for us to fund what we need to fund and to operate without taxing our public. When the state continues to lay, as was just pointed out just this year, this whole police legislation without proper funding. So you can't have it both ways. But I'm suggesting that, yes, I would like to see a complete analysis done throughout the whole state of all of the unfunded mandates that the state has passed down to the municipalities. And then compare that to how much grant money is given out based upon many times popularity, favors, and so forth. I would much rather see the town not get grant money, but get the money through proper channels and not be forced to do things that are not in the best interest of Newington. So that's my view. I mean, we'll crunch the numbers, but as you have already received from our superintendent of schools and from our own finance department, we have a ton of unfunded mandates that the state thinks nothing of just throwing another one out this year. And it continues and continues. And meanwhile, you got a rainy day fund that's one of the biggest in the country percentage-wise. Doesn't make any sense. There's something wrong with the picture. And if we're going to get serious about correcting what's wrong, then let's get serious, not just talk about it. Right now, the three of you or the four of you, however many, I think there's three of you here tonight, I would expect you to go back and say, whatever that police package is required to do legislatively, that you demand that the state fund the entire boat, not the town. We didn't mandate it, you did. And that's the way it should be done. But it's not being done. It's unfair. It's one way. And then you give out grants. I mean, you gave a grant to a local town for a ball field recently. Hello, is that fair to the other towns? Take away the grants, but also take away the unfunded mandates. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, we have people waiting that want to spend money, economic development in the town of Newington. They're sitting waiting in the wings tonight to get a chance to present their proposal to the town. I'd much rather be doing that than sitting here discussing unfunded mandates and lease legislation. It just doesn't make any sense. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Superintendent Brumman, do you want to address some of the unfunded mandates? Because I know the question was posed to you specifically.
Absolutely, and I think Mr. Chapman hit on some important points, and I'm very grateful that the representatives on the line did look at the mandates that I sent their way, and they're voluminous. I'm not going to go line by line, and frankly, many of them are quite important. I would agree that civics instruction, different levels of instruction. This year alone, we had to have training on sexual harassment. I don't think anyone's going to argue that's an important thing to have your staff know about. But again, these were all things that we got no money for. The amount of things that we need to do for training and annually that are required by law, DCF training, again, very valuable, sexual harassment, drug and alcohol awareness, human trafficking. We estimate that's about $400,000 a year in time and resources to make sure all of those are done. But on a more proactive note, and first of all, thank you to the three legislators on the line for your continued support on Anna Reynolds. On Thursday evening, we are meeting to discuss the architects, so we're moving forward on that, and your support is crucial. And Representative Wood, I've enjoyed reading your COVID updates. I get them in my email box every day, and they're certainly a source of data that I appreciate. In a few weeks or sooner, you will hear from CAPS, Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents, on a document called A Blueprint to Transform Connecticut Public Schools. And within that document, you'll hear about some of the things that are not specific to Newington. They're pretty much statewide issues. For example, funding for magnet schools. Newington 10 years ago didn't have any line items for their magnet school students that we had to pay for. Now, that's a $700,000 line item for Newington because we have about 170 students that go to magnet schools. And if there's special ed, that adds even more to the picture. Transporting homeless kids didn't even exist 5 years ago. Now, my homeless transportation costs have gone up 400% in the past 5 years. Currently, that's almost $100,000 line item. The blueprint that you'll hear about perhaps from Fran Rabinowitz or other representatives of CAPS will talk about some of the ideas that superintendents have come up with to redirect funding, kind of level the playing field. ECS monies have been flat funded for years. I'm looking at Newington got 13 million last year. They got 13 million in 2015. So ECS And it went down for those interim years due to, well, I'm not sure why, funding adjustments. So this document called in the blueprint will articulate some of the ideas that we have to kind of make education a little more fairly funded, reasonable, more supportive to local municipalities, because right now they are bearing the burden of most of the educational funding, and things are not getting any easier. Our EL population in Newington has doubled in the past 5 years. Our free and reduced lunch rate has gone up 10% in the past 2 years. And all of that brings with it some funding issues. We spent over $500,000 programming for our EL kids when we didn't even have them, 6-7 years ago. So, again, I think I want to look at it in a more proactive way. If you wouldn't mind paying careful attention to when CAPS presents to the state legislature. I'm not sure when that will be, but and also the legislative breakfast coming up in February will be another opportunity to hear about that. So, any support that you could lend toward that plan, and I think it's quite proactive, quite reasonable, will help us with our educational efforts and hopefully lessen the burden on taxpayers. Because while our population of students is fairly flat, the expectations and the cost of educating kids continues to escalate exponentially. So I do appreciate the opportunity. Thank you to the town council for allowing me a few moments. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you. Looking at our hands raised, I see Councilor Camillo. Councilor Camillo, are you there still? All right, we'll move on. The next person is Councilor Menke.
I just if you could ask the legislatures what they think in their mind are their biggest challenge in the upcoming session will be.
Whoever wants to answer.
I'll quickly go. I am extremely grateful that there is $3.1 billion in the rainy day fund, but our budget projections, are very high. And I think the biggest concern this session is going to be to balance the budget without looking for additional tax increases. And that is a priority of mine, is making sure that we do that. Preserving services that people rely on and making sure that we can get through this without raising taxes. So that's what I see as the biggest challenge coming up this session.
Yeah, I'll add to that as well. I mean, the budget is going to be, it's going to be a lot of work, and like I mentioned in the beginning of this tonight, that I'm keeping Newington, whole, making sure that we're not cutting municipal aid, we're not cutting vital services, and that we're investing to grow our economy in the future and create more jobs and have more economic development. So while we have this deficit and we have to do a lot to close this, I don't want to miss the opportunities to make sure we're setting Newington and Connecticut up for an even more successful future.
I just wanted to acknowledge that Senator Lesser has now joined us. Welcome, Senator.
Thank you, Mayor, and I apologize for being late. I will certainly review the first part of the meeting tonight and look forward to any questions that come my way.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to piggyback a little bit on that last comment. While I greatly appreciate the attempt to keep us whole in terms of keeping flat funding, then the unfunded mandates, as they get added, are adding more to the tax burden. So if our funding stays the same with you, but you added, what Deputy Mayor Bedrejko mentioned, $3 million over 3 years just for the body cams and cameras, 2.6 million for us is an increase of one mil in terms of our mill rate. And so right there, did I say something wrong, Deputy Mayor?
Well, yeah, it's not 3 million over 3 years. It was 500,000.
Oh, I thought you said 3 million. I wrote down 3 million when you said that. Was it 3 million total, maybe?
Yeah. Okay.
So the unfunded mandates, when you add that all together with the police accountability, all of the things that she mentioned, the body cams, the cameras, the psych evaluations, the additional staff, the data management, all of that, 2.6 million for us equals 1 mil for our mill rate. And so each of those unfunded mandates, as they get added, if our funding stays flat and those keep going up, then we are having to pass that on somehow, either through decreasing staff, decreasing services, or increasing taxes. And so, while I understand that your goal is to keep funding where it is, that's just not enough for us to be able to keep it where it is for us. So we'd have to look at cutting or changing or that kind of thing. And I know that, I just feel like I need to say it, out loud as we're processing things. So I still have 3 more hands up. So Deputy Mayor Bedrejko, you're next, then Councilor Minor, and then Councilor Nagel.
Yes, I'd like to shift the focus a little bit of the question. I'd like to know your positions on state involvement in local zoning. There's an awful lot of proposal, some very influential advocacy groups coming through that are making proposals that are going to directly affect Newington, more so actually than many of our surrounding communities or other communities in the state. And the proposals that interest me or caught my eye are, first of all, that towns need to set aside near, these have been actually raised in legislation before, or they will be raised this year, which is why I want to bring it up now. Towns have to set aside land near train or transit centers and town centers for developers who want to build multifamily dwellings. And the towns have to allow for 2 to 4 unit small developments in, and this is very specific, 50% of the area within a half a mile of transit stations and a quarter mile of commercial corridors. Also, 10% of all land has to be zoned for 2 to 4 unit small residential development. There's talk of changing traffic evaluation standards for developers to use an estimated miles driven standard versus our current standards in evaluating traffic impacts in town for new developments. There's also about eliminating the use of character in appraising projects. Now, these are just a few of the proposals, like I said, being seriously discussed at the state level, but they jump out at me because they're going to directly impact Newington, and more so than other communities, because we have a small size, we are overdeveloped as it is, and we have multiple transit centers. Now, we have a small land mass, as you know, we have 13 square miles. That's not very big. We're kind of like a square. We have 2, soon to be 3 when the train station comes through, transit centers. So if you start putting mileage, a one size fits all from the state top down mileage parameters around transit centers and commercial corridors, our town center isn't more than 2 miles away from either of the current transit centers, let alone the third one. Each transit center is walkable. You can walk, from one station to the other. You can walk from the bus stations to the town center. So basically, all these mileage parameters or mandates for small multifamily dwellings are going to be overlapping, which basically means the whole center part of Newington, there's going to be one huge circle of zoning, specifically intruded upon by state by discussion. One size fits all. It's just not going to work for Newington. In my opinion, each town has to be looked at separately. Like I said, our transit centers, our town center, our commercial corridors are all lumped together. So basically this zoning is going to make most of the town subject to what these proposals are. So what I would like to know is how are you going to respond from Newington's perspective when this type of legislation comes up?
I don't know who would like to respond, or if you do.
I mean, hey, that's why we have these discussions. I've seen some of these proposals. And, I'm not supportive of everything. I love the idea of transit-oriented development. I love the idea of people not having a car and being able to jump on a train and go, into Springfield and go into New York City right from Newington. I mean, I think that's our future. How we get there, we need to do it together. I don't want to take local control away from towns and, have the farm next door all of a sudden be zoned for 2 to 4 unit buildings. I mean, I totally get that. So I think we just keep the communication lines open. And, we're here to do this. We represent the people in Newington. So, we'll do the best thing for, the town for sure. But, a lot of this stuff is being proposed as a way to bring up reform. It's to have the conversation going on affordable housing and how we can, what's the future of our state? Cars, we love our cars, but we need to make it more of a transit-friendly state. We don't invest enough in train lines. We don't invest enough in, autonomous vehicle lanes. We're really not looking towards the future. And I think these discussions kind of force us to have that long-term vision. But, I want to make sure local control. I love the idea of using character. Look at Glastonbury. There's tons of affordable housing there. There's a downtown with sidewalks and it's pretty. And they use the word character all the time. And, I think we can all say Glastonbury has done a great job. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's really important to me that one piece of legislation not be slapped across all 169 communities. I mean, it's particularly we are very unique, I think, in the fact that our small town has 3 transit centers, a lot of commercial corridors, and something like this could totally change who we are as a community. So thank you for listening.
All right, Councilor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to touch on one thing that was brought up with the manufacturing tax credit. I know that when Senator Lesser and Mr. Turco, and I think Ms. Wood, when you came in 2 years ago, this was a conversation that came up in regards to the manufacturer's tax credit as it was originally envisioned, was meant to try to stop the mass exodus of manufacturers from leaving Connecticut for lower cost operations throughout the country. And what that did at the time was slowed the exodus, but it initially was providing state reimbursement to the municipalities, I believe, at a rate, I think 70% is what I recall. I could be off on that. I don't know, Mr. Kosofsky's on, if he could verify that for me. But at any rate, that period of time went on for several years to the point where they opted to sunset the program, which left us with a huge gap in our budgets when they did that. And I can think of one manufacturer in town, which again, I'm extremely happy they've chosen to continue to invest in their property in town for longevity. But an example is, I want to say the assessment being between $10 and $11 million for their overall operation, with a net taxable to us for the property alone of $800,000 on an almost $11 million property. And that is one particular project. So you went from a top 5 taxpayer, pre-manufacturer tax credit, to a now lower 25. And I'm just questioning whether or not there's any way that we can try to get that put back into our local municipalities, because there are services required for operations of that size. And we just have never seen a return. We've heard it discussed as possibly being, put back in the payment in lieu of taxes, but nothing has occurred in the 3 years that I've been around there. I haven't heard any discussion. Senator Lesser or Gary, anybody?
Yes, no, thank you, Councilman. That's a really good point. And, I understand why manufacturing was exempt from local property taxes many years ago as a way of supporting the manufacturing sector. But when Governor Malloy ended the pilot MME program, that was something that I opposed. I think it had the opposite effect, right? Because it discourages towns like Newington from supporting manufacturing. And we know that manufacturing jobs pay a lot more typically than retail jobs, for example, but you get less property tax revenue. And so there's actually a perverse disincentive. So absolutely, I would support restoring the pilot MME program. I think that would be important. As you know, the last decade, Connecticut's had persistent fiscal troubles, which have probably precluded that. But I think as we sort of work together to figure out what the economy should look like, I think that absolutely should be part of the conversation. And I thank you for raising that point.
Thank you.
I just want to piggyback 1 second, Dave. I know you're next on the pilot discussion. I had a recent discussion with the office of the New Haven mayor, and I know that they have indicated to me that Senator Looney will be bringing forward some language looking for some tiered reimbursement increases to the pilot money. So, while I would love to say, let's go for 100%. They're looking just to increase the share based on a tiered performance. And I don't have the specific language yet, just the basic structure of what they're talking about. And so they're looking at towns in excess of 200,000 would be looking at a 30% increase to their current pilot monies. Towns that are between 100 and 200,000 would be looking at a 40% increase, and reimbursement for towns with an equalized net grand list per capita below 100,000 at 50% reimbursement increase for those pilot properties. So I just wanted to mention that to you all to keep an eye open for that as it comes through to you. I know I have not gotten, like I said, the draft language yet. They're going to be sending it to me for my review. And if I get it, I'll certainly share it out with not only our council, but with all of you, just so that we can consider if it's something that would be worth supporting as you go through your session as well, as it's, it's really important for us to look at that.
Yeah, thank you, Marion. I will say I've had some preliminary conversations with Senator Looney about his proposal, but like you, I want to see some more details before I can, figure out if it's good for the district that I represent.
Great, thank you. Councilor Nagel, thanks for waiting.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to extend my appreciation for all the legislators being here and meeting with us. And a lot of what has been said about unfunded mandates, I reinforce that the town has come, whether it be from the town manager or other town councilors. It is very important to us. Mandates that were perhaps unfunded mandates that were given many years ago, perhaps were valid in their time, but may not be valid now. I'll just make that general statement. I'm going to glomp a few things together because we have been spending so much time on important things, and I think there are other things that need to be emphasized as well. I would like to know what input and what you, all three of you, wish to do in terms of road projects that have been either determined or in the process within the town. Many of them revolve around Cedar Street and also Maple Hill and Robbins. What effect can you have on those going through those that have been approved? How might they be approved? I'd also like to know about loans for businesses so that they can get back on their feet during this tough economic time because of the pandemic. I realize that Representative Wood has been talking to our town planner briefly. Some emails have gone back and forth about a proposal that has been made by our town planner. I'd like to know about that. And also like to know about how the three of you plan to move forward with our town's concern with open space. Later on in our meeting, we plan on doing with open space not involving the state. But I'd like to know how on those three things you plan to move, and what can you affect that will better help our businesses and our residents in town. And I have one other question, but I'll ask that separately.
Would like to take that.
I'm happy to talk about open space just because we did this in Rocky Hill and the town of Rocky Hill. They set aside some funds to purchase some open space, and then the recent open space, was voted on through referendum. but the state gets involved with, providing reimbursement for purchasing either development rights or working with the Department of Agriculture on selling, development rights. So the state can definitely help for any open space needs that you have. If you need our assistance with any state roads, I would just, we can talk offline, but we have a great relationship with DOT. So we'd be happy to, facilitate any meetings there. We've met in person previously, and with them and the town to work on some road issues that were, successfully happened. And then regarding what we're all emailing back and forth here, we got an email from your town planner asking if the state would consider doing low interest loans to help building owners and businesses reinvest in their buildings. I connected the town planner with Connecticut Main Streets, which is just one organization, and then Representative Turco and I and Senator Lesser and Representative Sanchez have also connected with our Commerce and Planning and Development committees, and we will also connect with DECD and Peter Denius from our Connecticut Workforce Group. I'm blanking on the name, just to see if if any of those programs exist, and if they don't, we will work on bringing legislation forward to see if we can get that going. So those are the three things that you brought up, and that's what we're doing.
I'd like to know specifically about road projects that have been approved. Are they just going to be delayed? Are they going to be implemented during this difficult economic time? So they aren't new things that have come up, though. I'm sure there are new things that can. Once again, traffic problems that we have had in terms of Cedar Street, it's been on for years. Discussed also around what may be the new railroad station area involving there. Projects that have been approved supposedly by the state that go down Maple Hill and Robbins that are an offshoot of that. There's another streetscape section that's been approved, but yet things have seemed to come at a standstill in terms of, are they going to go forth? The money supposedly are there, aren't they there? Our residents want to know what's going to happen or not going to happen. And that's what I meant specifically about road projects, as well as generally things that have not been mentioned so far.
So it all depends. It all depends on the specific project, the type of project, the funding source. Certainly there are projects in the 9th Senate District that DOT has actually accelerated during the pandemic because there's been a drop in vehicular traffic, which makes it easier to do certain disruptive projects. We do have a long-term funding problem with a special transportation fund. And we're also looking at the potential of additional federal support in the next couple months. So there's some, it really depends on the specific project, whether or not we have the funding available. But in some cases, DOT is accelerating stuff, and I don't think there's been a general slowdown that I've seen. If there's a specific project you want us to look into, or a number of them, just get them to us. We could get that, look into them offline and circle back. And I can just tell you that DOT, in my conversations with them, has really emphasized that they really value their relationship with Newington as the host community for the department, and so they want Newington to be their a shining example of what they can do. So hopefully they're living up to that. If not, we'll work with them to make sure that they live up to that.
I will agree with you that the pandemic has lessened the traffic problems in the areas that I'm talking about, but and that would make it easier for you to resolve them, to help with them. Mr. Turco, do you have something to add?
Yes, Councilman Nagel. I was just going to say, as far as I know, the East Maple Hill Avenue, Robbins Avenue projects are moving forward. And you mentioned the streetscape project. If you're referring to the money we were able to secure for the New Britain Avenue Business District and
yes,
the redoing the streetscape and redesigning that whole area, that money was approved by the Bond Commission. and it's ready to go. And as far as I know, I'm speaking to your town planner, Renata, last couple weeks ago. It's within the town. It's part of the design phase right now in the engineering department and the town planning department. So the town of Newington is working with the state on moving that project forward. Hopefully by sometime in the spring or summer, we'll start construction on that. So yeah, these projects are moving forward for sure.
Okay, we just have no idea. That kind of answers the questions I had, but I have a separate one that I wanted to point out that's is something of a concern for those of us on the council and also for people in the community who will get misled or get misinformation in one way or another about our specific town and its process for town budget and also having to do with reval. The specifics of revaluation are going to be discussed later that I don't want to get into specifics about. But I believe I know how much do the three of you know about the process of setting and who has the say in terms of a town budget and also to a lesser extent reval.
You're just asking Councilman Nagel the reval process and how that's decided?
Is that something that legislators have any input in? Maybe I'll put it that way.
Yeah, well, yes, and it goes according to state statute. So in the past, in some cases, municipalities had petitioned the legislature for a delay in the statutory reval. That's something we don't like and have fought against because it causes, I think Waterbury had gone something like 40 years without a revaluation, which was a mess when they finally reset things. But I know this is an extraordinary year, an extraordinary circumstance. So I don't know if that's changed the math, but yes, we do have a state statute that governs it, and we've made changes sometimes specific to municipality when they're unusual circumstances.
I do know that the town council does not set the reval amounts, and there's some confusion about who does and who doesn't. So I want to take this point. Well, I have you here and we're here to state that the town budget has nothing necessarily to do with a town revaluation. And so you've helped hopefully to clarify that, at least for the public, not with each other concerning that. But specifically about the process of the town budget, we'll concentrate more directly on that. My belief over all the terms I've served on the town council, that we, along with the town manager, help to determine what our budget is, and that our hard work is paid off by our determining what our budget is going to be, and that is not something that is determined by other elected officials or other people aside from us. Do we all agree on that?
Yes.
Any one of you? Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, I follow you.
Well, I appreciate your reply, Representative Wood. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. One last opportunity. I don't see any hands up right now. Any other counselors with questions or concerns? And to our representatives and Senator Lesser, is there anything else you'd like to add before we finish this evening? I just want to thank you tremendously for attending the meeting. I know it's a lot and it's weighty, and we always have tons of questions for you guys. And I would acknowledge that it's certainly early on for you to actually have some of the answers for us. And I know that I appreciate that you listen to our concerns, and that hopefully you'll take some of the things that we've expressed this evening back into session with you and consider those as you're deliberating the decisions that you need to make. And I do appreciate you taking the time. I know it was a long time this evening to hear us out and kind of consider our concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say in closing, we share your concerns. The concerns of this council are our concerns as well. We are not the state of Connecticut. We are fellow residents of the communities we live in, just like all of you. We pay the same taxes and we have the same concerns, and we want to solve them together collaboratively, regardless of political party, regardless of level of government. We see you all as a team, and you're on the ground dealing with a lot of this stuff every day. And our job is to go up to the Capitol and fight for you all, fight for all the residents of Newington, and try to bring as many positive changes to our community that we can each year. So we need your help, your feedback, your advice, and look forward to working with you in partnership through this legislative session. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. We too consider us all to be a team, and I know sometimes it gets a little crazy here because we all have different things that we're vying and fighting for, but we do appreciate your support at the state level, and we appreciate the open dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. And the three of you or the four of you have always been so accessible. I do, even though, sometimes we don't agree, but you're always been very accessible and you listen. So I appreciate that.
Have a good evening.
You as well. Thank you. Okay, folks.
Thank you.
We will move on now to the next item under old business is our health update regarding COVID-19. Mr. Chapman?
Yes, and we're going to condense our comments because we're running so late, but Megan Mankey is with us tonight, and she is heading up the COVID-19 vaccination program in cooperation with the health district and our department. So Megan, are you on board tonight?
Yeah.
Can you just give a real brief overview of what's going to take place from this point forward with vaccines? Because that's the question everybody's asking.
Yeah, so just in general, I did meet with our health district partners today, and the update on COVID in general is that we are not doing well at all. We are in worse shape than we pretty much have been all throughout this entire mess. We're averaging 3,000 positive cases a day in Connecticut. So I just want to reiterate that while this whole vaccine thing has kind of taken over the media and just what everyone's working on right now, we want to kind of remind people to get back to the basics in terms of social distancing and wearing masks and quarantining if you're supposed to be quarantining, because that's really, what's going to eliminate that community spread. In terms of the vaccinations, what you're looking at right now is a memo that we put together that went out to all town employees this evening. For those who don't know, there was a lot of confusion about the transition from phase 1A to phase 1B. We initially did not feel or think that phase 1B would start until sometime in the spring. On Friday afternoon, we were hit with it moving from the spring to potentially January 18th. And then yesterday they did announce that they were doing a soft opening of phase 1B. So at this point we are almost, fully all set with in terms of Newington's personnel for 1A, which is our first responders and our healthcare workers. And we are preparing for the transition into 1B. There has been no definitive answer on who qualifies under 1B. That guidance is supposed to be coming out later this week. Right now, people who are 75 and older theoretically could get the vaccine. There is going to be a link and much more instruction, hopefully, coming out on how they can do that again later this week. But the rest of 1B is set to open, later this month. In that memo, we did just explain, a lot of employees were contacting us with questions about the VAM system, which is the Vaccine Administration Management System. and how employees are going to be entered and things like that, which isn't, relevant to how the public is operating or responding to this. And then a couple of the other questions that we've been getting is, in relation to, the vaccine is not mandatory from a town standpoint. We are looking at planning. We're working very closely with the health district to coordinate and plan clinics. A couple of our town department heads, the highway department in particular, have been very helpful in, trying to secure clinic locations. We are set to go, and we have a preliminary plan ready to implement as soon as the health district can secure vaccine. And they're looking at a 2 to 3 week window for that, so that we can actually host our own clinic for either our own personnel, or depending on the timeline of how things play out here, potentially the public as well. And it being the biggest population, I believe the health district said it was 65 and up. That age range represents 25% of their total population for the entire district, so all 4 towns, which is about 25,000 people. So granted, that's 65 and up, not 75 and up, but that's still, a significant number of people we've just added to the, population, and also significant number of people who don't necessarily have access to online registration processes and things like that. So we do have a plan in place to coordinate with some of our other town partners to do some public outreach, streamline this, and make it as easy as possible for people to access that vaccine. That's it.
Thank you, Megan. So basically, we're still trying to answer some questions with how this vaccine is going to come to us, when it's going to come, but we're getting ready to service the senior population and those that are in health risks. That'll be coming hopefully very shortly, but it's going to take a long time to get through all of the population in the health district. So people are just going to have to be patient, but Megan is heading up this vaccine program for the town in cooperation with the district. So any questions should be directed towards Megan on this. She is our emergency management director. She's doing a great job.
Wouldn't be able to do it without the help of your office, especially Heather, our deputy emergency management director. All the town department heads have been amazing. So it's not just me.
You're doing great, Megan. We really appreciate it. It's always a pleasure to have you join us too. Are you hearing, I had heard today where I work that teachers are being considered for the 1B wave. Have you heard that at all?
Yes, so we do have they did send out a draft list of who's going to be considered under 1B, and teachers are on that list, but it does say right on here that that's not finalized yet.
Right.
I have heard that they're trying to, because it's such a large group of people in this 1B, plus the 75 and up, plus the congregate settings, I have heard that they may try to tier out the, the 1B system, just because it's not only is the VAMS, the online portal probably going to get very overwhelmed, but so is the access to vaccine. So I'm not sure where we're at with that or where they're at with that. Like I said, they should be sending something out later this week,
okay,
with more information, but teachers are definitely in the draft list.
That's a big chunk of our town staff.
Right.
So
right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Anything else from you, Megan, or Mr. Chapman on that subject? Okay. We will move on next to.
Minor has his hand up.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, I know we're trying to accelerate tonight. So point of contact for residents, because I've already had people have inquired to me. The state has indicated from everything I've heard so far that they're trying to look at this as a granular approach, encouraging the local districts to take lead in terms of vaccinating their residents. I was able to go ahead and register being a first responder, and I was interested in the fact that West Hartford and Bloomfield have already listed as being a vaccination facility to accept people for vaccination. So I'm just looking to see if Weathersfield and the rest of the district are going to go ahead and continue to try to offer it that way, or what the game plan is moving forward. And the second thing is, on the priority list, as it's finalized, is there any way to have that list maybe put up on our website to try to eliminate some of the confusion in terms of who's eligible and who's not as they finalize and adjust the final drafts, if that's a possibility? And I know that having, essentially 600 to 700 employees for the town of Newington, this in itself is a daunting task for E&D and the district, but you can only imagine trying to expand that to 30,000 Newington residents and all of the rest of the residents within the districts. So just like to see if we can at least try to have a good form of communication that we're keeping our residents apprised of what's going on.
So the first question is I don't know the inner workings and how CCHD, accesses vaccine or anything like that. I do know that they've run into some hurdles where, it came out that they needed a specific special type of freezer to house the vaccine, which they had not, anticipated. They do have that freezer on order. They do have a temporary one as of today that just needs to hold its temperature for a certain amount of time in order for them to order it. Vaccine is not as available as, my understanding from them is that vaccine is not as available as many people think it is. So, and they can only order it in groups of 100 is also my understanding. I do believe that's just starting out, and especially as we open up the eligibility, they will be able to get their hands on more. But for right now, we are just focusing on getting it to begin with, and we'll go from there. I am in close contact with the Weathersfield Deputy Emergency Management Director, who is heading up the vaccination process there. So we are building a working relationship to figure out, how we can kind of streamline this for all 4 of our towns. And I forgot what your second question was.
Just on the finalized list, if there's a way to try to get it on our website, so once we know who's eligible, that we can at least funnel people to one source.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'm a big advocate for communication and making sure that everyone's on the same page. That's why, we put this memo together today. Alleviate and answer as many questions as we can, even though we're still kind of in the dark on a lot of it. But we are certainly going to make it available to employees and how, in terms of the employees and how that's getting tiered out. But we can definitely, put something together like a press release, once that is defined. The problem with a lot of the reason why a lot of communication is so difficult is that these regulations and the decisions change. For instance, we're told to expect this next year in May, and then suddenly it's January 18th. So we're just going with the flow and trying to prepare as much as we can and roll with it. But I think it's definitely a good idea to put it out on the website and get it out there as much as we can, as soon as we have accurate information to distribute.
Thank you.
I don't think so. Central already sent an email.
I don't see any other hands up, so thank you, Megan, for helping us out with that update. And we will move on to Town Hall project update. Mr. Chapman?
I will only say that we're coming to the end of the road with the building of the new town hall. As I think I reported last meeting, the contractors are basically just about done for the winter now. So they'll be in isolation, not isolation, but they will not be in operation until I believe it's March now. But things are moving along. We still have some issues, but we can discuss those at the next meeting.
Okay, any council questions? No hands are up, so we will move on. Continuing on, our next item under old business is town council meeting schedule for 2021. This was discussed at our last meeting, which was quite some time ago, but it is included in our packet this evening again for us to consider, and there is a resolution. Councilor Menke.
I read the resolution.
Yes, please.
Resolved, the council in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act hereby approves the 2021 Town Council regular meeting schedule as attached to the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Anist. Any discussion on the schedule? All right, seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes,
Unanimous, Your Honor.
thank you, James. We will move on. Make sure, everybody, that you add those dates into your calendars now. The next item on our agenda is police motor vehicle support letter. So I have been in contact with a few other surrounding towns, and Newington, we were really the leader in this area in terms of putting together our letter that we sent to our legislators, and that we really got out publicly with this as a huge concern for us. And I asked the chief to be here this evening as well, in case he wants to weigh in on this. So what you have in front of you this evening is a resolution for us to consider moving forward, which kind of tags onto this item. We've been discussing the motor vehicle theft issues and our concerns with the escalation in crime, as well as some of our concerns with the juvenile justice reform laws. And so in front of us this evening is a resolution regarding juvenile justice, escalating crime, and public safety. This language, we did use language that has been, we've come together with some other communities. So Cromwell, Rocky Hill, Weathersfield, and Berlin have all been part of the discussion. The other towns have also been bringing forward to their councils resolutions similar to this. So I would ask that someone go ahead and at least read the resolution in for our consideration, and then we can open it up for discussion. It's a long one, but who's willing to do it for me?
I'll read it. I'll do it.
Mayor, Counselor Annis indicated she would read it.
I'll read it.
I said, yep, go ahead. Sorry. I thought.
Oh,
you
I'm
heard
sorry.
me.
Okay. Resolution regarding juvenile justice, escalating crime, and public safety. A resolution of Newington Town Council urging Governor Lamont to address juvenile justice insufficiencies, escalating crime, and public safety. Whereas the town of Newington, with a population of approximately 30,000 residents, situated in the center of the state of Connecticut, with Route 5 and 15 and Route 175 being major thoroughfares that provide easy access to and from town for criminal activity. And whereas the town of Newington, in a letter to our state senator and representatives on December 9th, 2020, outlined the significant increases in stolen vehicles and automotive burglaries within the region and requested action urging review of juvenile justice regulations. And whereas the Newington Town Council now feels that a more formal resolution is necessary to convey the concerns and needs of our town and residents. Whereas since 2012, state lawmakers have passed significant legislation which has emboldened criminal behavior and left residents vulnerable and afraid. Whereas that legislation includes changing the age of juvenile court jurisdiction from up to 16 years of age to up to 18 years of age, and has resulted in confusion regarding police interrogation, secure holding, release options, and disclosing names in the police reports and affidavits when a 16 or 17-year-old is both a juvenile and an adult at the same time in the same case, as some offenses are to be charged as juvenile matters while others are to be charged as adult matters. Whereas a court order is now required to place any juvenile in a juvenile detention center, regardless of the seriousness of that charge. Whereas the reasons that a judge can sign such an order has been significantly reduced by eliminating the ability to detain an arrested juvenile based on the possibility of a flight risk, or where they pose a risk to themselves, or where they have been violated previously ordered conditions of release. Whereas, at least temporarily during the COVID-19 pandemic, even where such an order is obtained, law enforcement is required to notify the detention center, which will then subject the court order to screening by an administrative judge who has authority to vacate said order and deny admission to detention. Whereas all offenses such as truancy, runaway, beyond control, indecent, immoral behavior within the family, with service needs, FWSN, are no longer handled by the juvenile court and are now sent to the respective local youth bureau. There are no provisions or consequences if the juvenile or the family denies responsibility for their offense, or if they fail to appear or cooperate with services offered by YSB. A referral to court is no longer an option. Whereas educated juveniles can no longer be committed to the Department of Children and Families, DCF, for treatment. Rather, only probation supervision with or without residential placement is an option. And whereas in 2018, the Connecticut Juvenile Training School, CJTS, was closed, leaving no secure treatment facility for educated delinquencies. While a program was created at the 2 pretrial detention centers, said programming combined with the physical layout rendered it inadequate compared to CGTS. Recently, a secure treatment facility was created in Hamden with limited capacity. And whereas the amount of time that an educated delinquent can be put on probation supervision with or without residential placement has been reduced. Previously, there was no limit to the amount of time juvenile could be put on probation. Juveniles could be committed to DCF for 18 months for minor offenses, and such commitments could be extended after a hearing for an additional 18 months for a total of 36 months. If the court found such extension to be the juveniles or the public's best interest, juveniles educated for serious juvenile offenses, SJO, could be committed for up to 48 months. Now, all educated delinquents can be placed on probation supervision with or without residential placement for 18 months, with a possible extension of 12 months for a maximum of 30 months regarding the seriousness of the charge. The result is such that if a juvenile is not transferred to an adult court, whether educated for a burglary or murder, the maximum they face is 30 months of probation supervision with or without residential placement. Whereas, as a juvenile age 14 or older charged with a class A or B felony or arson or murder was automatically transferred to the adult criminal court and prosecuted as an adult unless the state's attorney elected to send the case back to juvenile court. Class C, D, and E and unclassified felonies could be transferred if requested by the juvenile prosecutor and the court found probable cause. The transfer laws have changed such that the minimum age for a transfer is now 15, and several, but not all, Class B felonies are no longer automatically transferred. Additionally, to transfer a case that is not an automatic transfer, the state must prove that said transfer is in the best interest of the juvenile. It is difficult to meet this threshold when one considers the fact that a juvenile will lose all protections afforded by the education in juvenile court, including confidentiality, separation from adult offenders, limited sentencing options, and ability to erase the record. And whereas the totality of these circumstances has sent a strong, unintended message to our youth that will not hold them accountable for their actions. Whereas we have witnessed a pattern of criminal behavior across Connecticut and in Newington, consisting of groups of young people, juveniles to late teens, entering our neighborhoods in groups in search of unlocked vehicles, smashing car windows to gain access to locked vehicles, stealing valuables, and whether the keys or fob are located, stealing the vehicle and escalating to the point of threatening homeowners with a firearm, attempting to intervene during the commission of such crimes. And whereas we're witnessing a trend wherein these youth offenders are using the stolen vehicles to commit more serious crimes. And whereas, while we acknowledge that the motor vehicle break-ins and vehicle thefts are crimes of opportunity, we're equally cognizant of the fact that the current policy standards prevent officers from, among other things, engaging in pursuit. As a result, our officers find themselves being baited by drivers of suspicious vehicles to engage in pursuit. Whereas the further relaxation of minimum ages to decriminalization of certain offenses, restrictions of automatic transfers, and the probability of removing school resource officers from our schools will only serve to exacerbate current problems. And whereas over the course of the past several months, we have brought our concerns to lawmakers, provided proof of property crime escalation evidenced over a 2-year period, and asked the additional tools be provided to both law enforcement and the courts to hold juveniles accountable. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Newington Town Council as follows. The Newington Town Council strongly encourages the governor to recognize these matters pertaining to juvenile justice insufficiencies, escalating crime and public safety has resulted in serious consequences for the citizens of Newington, the town itself, its law enforcement, along with the corresponding lack of consequences to those perpetrating these criminal activities. That Newington Town Council strongly encourages the governor to meet with local leaders to understand the seriousness of ongoing criminal behavior and require lawmakers to address these problems with meaningful, impactful juvenile justice reform that balances the need to protect our youth with the need to protect our residents. That in the interest of fairness and to ensure the state of Connecticut is responding to the needs of its constituents, Newington Town Council supports and strongly encourages a meeting with the governor to partner and identify solutions in the best interest of all stakeholders. The absent collaboration and meaningful reform, this type of criminal activity will increase and can potentially become violent, a grave threat to the public safety of our residents and a disservice to both our youth and municipality. The Newington Town Council is willing to wait until someone gets hurt or a significant incident occurs to seek accountability for the problems within the juvenile justice system that are creating havoc in our town. Passed and adopted this 12th day of January 2021, Newington Town Council by Beth L. A. Del Bono, Mayor, duly authorized with the full consent of the Newington Town Council.
Okay, so it hasn't been passed yet, but that will be the signature line. Should it pass this evening after discussion? Thank you, Councilor Annis. That was a very long one and we greatly appreciate you reading that in. We do have Chief Clark on with us as well. And Chief, I want you to know, I want you to just weigh in as you see fit. If there's anything you'd like to comment on in the language that you do like or don't like or want us to change or whatever we want you to be an active participant in this discussion. I see Councilor Mankey's hand up. Councilor Mankey, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Hang on. Let me put my videos off. Hang on. There you go. I just want to thank Councilor Annis for reading that. That was excellently done. But I do think this resolution is timely. This is the biggest topic of conversation when I walk the streets and when I see people in the stores is what are we doing about these break-ins? What are we doing about this escalating of violence? Sometimes I seem like our town is under siege. And we've all probably know people that have had cars broken into, garages broken into. I know every night before I turn in, when I wake up, I look out in my driveway to make sure my car's there. And not only is my car there, but are my tires there? Or not only are my tires there, my window's broken. We shouldn't subject our citizens to this. Something needs to get done. My big fear is the last item here is someone's going to get hurt. And then we're all going to stand and say, oh, we should have done something. So I appreciate the fact that we're being proactive and we're trying to get someone to look at this issue because it's only going to get worse. It certainly has been a little less now that it's cold weather, but you know that as soon as the spring hits, we're back into this again and we need to do something. So I appreciate this. I would support this resolution.
Thank you, Councilor Mankey. Chief, is there any language you wanted to comment on? Is there anything you think we should change or do differently?
No, I reviewed it and I'm in strong favor of it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have to give a lot of credit to the other towns that really drafted the majority of this language. And we just made some little tweaks here and there, but Mayor Murata in Rocky Hill was very helpful in forwarding this language to me. And I know she worked with Weathersfield's Mayor Rell, as well as Enzo Faenza from Cromwell. And so, this really is a collaborative effort and each resolution in each town may be just a little bit different, but all trying to send the same message to the state and to the governor saying, really, we've had enough. We are sick of being victimized and vandalized. We are sick of sitting down and taking it, and we want something done. Something needs to change in our system to allow our police department and officers to be able to do what they need to do to help protect us and our residents. And I think that's really what we're doing here. And our letter that we sent earlier was a great start. And I think it really did set a tone and kind of light a spark with other communities and get people kind of going on this subject. So I'm really glad that as a council, we were able to work together to get that going. But this is just the next step. This is more direct language, specifically and explicitly stating what we want done and what we need done and the changes that have already happened that have hurt us and what we need to change to help us. So, that is the rationale behind this resolution. Hopefully it's a little bit stronger language than just our letter, and in a unified manner with other municipalities, hopefully that message will be heard a little more strongly by our legislators and by our governor. Councilor Mankey?
Yes, I understand there was a meeting about this. Representative Turco and Woods and Sanchez and Senator Lesser put together. I wasn't able to sign in that meeting. It was in my opinion, kind of short notice and a meeting at 1 o'clock, most of the citizens couldn't sign into because hopefully most of them are working. Was there any result of that, or was there any resolution or any concern by the legislatures that they brought out?
Yeah, so you're right. It was a Zoom conference call. I think we were notified of it on a Monday and it was on a Wednesday, something to that effect. I think Mr. Chapman and I got the link the night before. And you know, as you all know, I work in a school by day and I'm mayor by night. So I did need to take a half day off, and I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that were not able to do that in order to attend. So I wish there had been a little more notice to it, and I wish that more people were able to be there and kind of voice their opinions a little bit, or at least hear the content of it. Most of the people on the call were, I would say, in the realm of youth advocacy, as well as some of our prosecutors. There was a representative from the state police, and there were our representatives were present on the call. I'm trying to think of who else was there. Some of the other mayors that I mentioned were also on the call. There were no outcomes necessarily. There was a lot of talk about helping youth and making sure that they're receiving adequate services. But there wasn't a lot of talk about changing legislation or changing laws or allowing for more deterrent consequences in the future. And so that's where I thought the meeting fell a little short in my, that's very much my opinion. I know Councilor Minor was in attendance because he and I talked about it afterward, that he was listening onto the call as well. So I don't know if Councilor Minor or Mr. Chapman, you were there, if you want to say anything about that Zoom call. Oh, Councilor Bedrejko too. Okay. Councilor Bedrejko, you were waving your hand. I don't know if anybody else wants to.
Yeah, I was on that call as well. And quite frankly, I will say I was disappointed. I appreciated the effort because it was an immediate step. I feel that Representative Turco and Woods and Sanchez and Lesser felt that they had to take in response to our letter. But in terms of, it was not an interactive discussion with people who were listening in. It was a discussion among the panelists. So there was no give and take with the public. There was no questions. The other panelists, as Mayor indicated, for the most part were youth advocates, kind of social service bent. No representatives really from the local police departments. So it was kind of everybody kind of giving their view or their take on what they felt. You know, it was very general, very overreaching. There was no substance that came out of it, and I think the ending result was we have to have more conference, you know, we have to have more discussions, but in terms of actual action planning and next steps, there was none.
Yeah. Okay. Councilor Minor, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I would just agree with both of you that I think the emphasis was on the social services side of it. It was very data driven, but I question the content of a lot of the data was behind the times. Their indications were that crime in general was down across the board, with the exception of motor vehicle thefts and burglary within motor vehicles. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think that it was a good first conversation. I think it's something that needs to continue, and it just can't fall off as being one and done. The other thing that, again, I felt was lacking was the ability for our local chiefs to have an opportunity to weigh in, because it was presented on such short notice and it may not have been in a position where they were able to attend. With that said, I would hope that we would continue to look to something like this again in the future. And I know the other issue being Zoom calls are becoming more and more difficult to really have an interaction back and forth. It's, as much as we have to do this, it's very difficult to do it. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilor Minor. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko, did you have anything else?
No, that was it.
Okay, I didn't lower your hand, so I see Counselor Menke and then Counselor Braverman.
Yeah, I just want to sign in. I don't think it's our intent or anybody's intent to make penalties harder for juveniles or to throw them in jail and take away the key. I think we are respective of their rights and their protections under the law. By the same token, though, we also have to say the same protections those who own cars and property. We should not have to be worried about our property being damaged just because youth want to do that. And I work with youth a lot, so I understand. You know, everybody makes a mistake. Everybody does some stupid things once in a while, but you then have to avail yourself to the way to fix that, the counseling and the probation. And if you're just blowing that off and not doing that and then continuing to make the same mistake, well, then there has to be some consequences, as the chief said earlier. If there are no consequences, then you keep doing the same mistake twice or and over and over. And I think we need to protect the juveniles. We also need to protect those people who have property is being damaged and their rates are going up and they're being inconvenienced by having windows fixed or having tires removed or having things taken out of their car. I think it's a two-way street. I'm not in favor of just throwing away youth and locking them up and throwing away the key. That's not our intent. I think our intent is to give them the services, but if they don't take advantage of those services, then there are consequences to that, and that's what we want. We want someone to take advantage.
Just to piggyback on what at the beginning of what you said, that it's really about, yes, we need to, work with and worry about our youth, but we also need to worry about the resident. There was one comment made on that Zoom call that completely appalled me. There was a lot of discussion about how that some of these crimes are due to opportunity. And so there was a comment made that if we would just lock our car doors and not put our fobs near our cars, that the problem would go away. And so that was like kind of enough to bother me. But then one of the gentlemen on the call said that perhaps we should consider an infraction for the people who leave their keys or fobs in or near their car. Which I lost my mind in that call. Let me tell you, that's when I was really quiet. I was really listening to everything. And that's when I really felt the need to speak up and say, wow, our residents are being victimized. And now you're going to victimize them with a sanction, with a ticket, with an infraction to say that it's their fault because they left their key fob in their kitchen too close to the car, or because they left it in the car by accident or forgot their bag. I mean, at that point, I realized that the call was a little bit ridiculous, and I really started to tune out to what the agenda was during the call. Quite frankly, at that point, I lost interest.
It's just blaming the victim.
Yeah, and there's no way that I'll ever do that. So I just thought it was ludicrous, but I don't want to get us off topic. I apologize.
We actually call it the search for the innocent.
Right. Councilor Braverman?
Chief Clark, in the early 80s, wasn't there a neighborhood watch program in Newington where people were kind of assigned to be vigilant and call in officially often if they see something, say something? I believe we had first moved here and that was in place. Maybe it's something we should bring back, that neighborhood watch.
We've tried. There's no interest in it anymore. It's kind of like it's reached its product life cycle. People just aren't interested. We've tried, and there's really not a lot of interest there in neighborhood watches anymore. They were very popular here in the 80s into the 90s, but they've kind of just dissipated over the years, and there's people that they're just not interested.
Right, but maybe that was before the break-ins. Now maybe the interest would be back if people knew that might stop their car from being broken into.
I mean, we can try putting some feelers out there. I mean, we can try putting the feelers out there, see if there's any interest. We've tried before and really haven't gotten much of a response, but we could always try again.
All right. maybe the condominiums would be a good place to start because we're close in proximity geographically. And I live there in one.
Sure.
Maybe that's a good beginning. I'll be happy to help you work on it.
Okay, thank you. We'll check into it.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion or concern with the resolution that's on the table? If not, we're going to go to a roll call vote. I do not see any. Carol, did you have something? I wasn't sure. Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so we will go to a roll call vote on this resolution, please.
Right. First, I'll accept Councilor Mankey's second. We haven't had a second yet.
Councilor Mankey, second. Accepted.
Councilor Anest,
Yes.
Councilor Braverman,
Yes.
Councilor Bedrejka,
Yes.
Councilor Camillo, I still see him on, but we'll go back. We'll cycle back. Councilor Donahue,
Yes.
Councilor Mankey,
Yes.
Councilor Minor,
Yes.
Councilor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono,
Yes.
Councilor Camillo.
I know he was at work dealing with a
Yeah.
call earlier, so he may have had to step away.
Yeah, he is still on the meeting, but so we have 8-0 and 1 in a STEM show right now. So motion passes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, everyone. I will tell you, I'm so proud of this council for the bipartisan support of this effort to help our police department and help our residents in combating this problem. I'm really, really proud of this council for working together. Chief, I want to thank you because you've been an ongoing help with this issue and helping us understand it and get the information out there. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we will move on, and I will make sure that I share that resolution with the other towns that I've been chatting with. And we'll make sure we're getting the word out that this is going forward to the governor and to the legislators. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the request for tax fixing agreement at 712 Cedar Street. Mr. Chapman, if you would take this. I know we have Mr. Hayes on the line, and I believe Colleen Collins is with us as well regarding this. Mr. Chapman, I'll let you take it away and explain.
Yes, okay. There's been an opportunity for a sale of property by the Hayes Kaufman Partnership to a hotel developer named Gold Coast Premier Properties. And it is located at 712 Cedar Street. And part of the process that the transitions going through with the developer and the landowner is the developer is seeking to have the town of Newington confirm that they will provide a tax abatement if the developer builds what they plan on building, which is about 122 room extended stay hotel with about 250 employees that will be developing and building the building over a 13-month period with about 15 employees on a permanent basis. The total cost is estimated to be in the $10 to $12 million range. That'll be finalized as the project goes forward. So what they are seeking is a 10-year tax abatement at a 40% abatement level that I should say, had negotiated. The original request was much higher. My counter proposal was much lower. Through negotiations, we came to a figure of 40%. And I will just advise the council, many towns have developed set procedures and levels of abatement for these types of requests, which is very common today. Virtually every new developer is seeking this type of arrangement. However, the town of Newington wisely has not set a a standard. Each development is considered on its own merits. So the 40% is something that was negotiated. So what we have is a situation where the landowner, Rich Hayes from Hayes Kaufman, had been working with me, and he has been working with the hotel developer. And they're all here tonight. If there's any questions you have, I also asked Steve Kowalski to join us. He also was involved in the development of the tax abatement, and he's the expert in this area on town staff. So Steve, if you would just quickly go over how the abatement has been developed and what impacts it has in the town, that would be helpful.
Okay. Good evening. Earlier tonight, somebody questioned the need as to why the town of Newington was going down this road as far as issuing fixed assessments, or commonly known as tax abatements. I know the mayor addressed it in some general comments, but let me be a little bit more specific. I've been the assessor of this community for 4 years, and I've completed 4 grand lists. The cumulative growth in real estate section of the grand list over the last 4 grand lists has been negative $6,055,220. Let me repeat, the cumulative real estate growth over the last 4 grand lists in the town of Newington has been negative $6,055,220. The only reason there has not been a more adverse tax effect on this community has been at the same time because of our aggressive approach in valuing business personal property. The net growth in that same time period for business personal property has been over $30.5 million. That is what's been carrying this community, but it cannot continue. In the short time that our town manager has been here, there has been more activity in terms of economic development, specifically because of his new policies that he's instituted, than there has been in the last 4 years. This is an example. I'm not particularly a huge fan of fixed assessments or tax abatements, but it is something that we need to do. Newington needs to do it better than our competitive towns in order to gain the advantage of drawing businesses in here. In your packet, there's a summary of what has transpired. The agreement that the town manager has reached with this developer was the necessity to spend at least $10 million on this project, which he has. It's estimated that the total investment in this property will be approximately $11.2 million. They are seeking it over a period of 10 years. The 10-year period would start from the issuance by the building inspector of the certificate of occupancy designated that the property has been substantially completed. Prior to that time, during construction, we would assess for however much of the project is completed as of the assessment date, that amount of value at that point. The illustration that is shown is based upon the investment that the developer has indicated. With this type of property, it is very, very difficult to estimate over a length of time of 10 years, considering that it's going to go over 2 revaluation periods. Once the property is completed, the next time we do a valuation at the next revaluation, this type of property would be valued using the income approach. So I caution that what you see in front of you is simply an illustration based upon the numbers that were presented to us right now at the current mill rate, which are both subject to change. But in this example, the total gross tax over a 10-year period would be approximately $3 million. The net tax to the town would be 1.8 after surrendering a 1.2 tax abatement. And based upon the previous figures that I had just quoted regarding our grand list growth for real estate, even with this agreement, I certainly welcome the growth. If anybody has any specific questions regarding this, I'm happy to answer them.
Councilor Mankey?
I know you said it before, but just to reiterate, other towns are doing similar abatements around the 40% level. Is that correct?
It actually, other towns have already set in place written policies dealing with these abatements. Some towns have abatements that start off, or at times will be at 70%. They may vary, but overall, the 40% tax abatement that we've come to terms with certainly falls within the realm of the general abatements on average that are being offered by most towns. Almost every town now is into this abatement thing because we're all competing against one another. And this developer can easily go to another town if we said no to a tax abatement. So we can't afford to do that. And you know, the fact that they're putting in 10 or 11 or $12 million into the town of Newington can only be a win-win situation for everybody.
And just one more question. If for some reason this hotel does not go through and it doesn't go through zoning, or it doesn't get built, the abatement would sunset. It wouldn't be if it's another plan to build something else there, it'd be another issue then, right?
That's correct. The abatement will be written in such a way that it is only for this developer for that piece of property.
And this project, right?
If anything changes, then the abatement is null and void.
Thank you.
Councilor Minor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple comments. First and foremost, this is only the second time that I've had a consideration for tax fix placed in front of me. My only previous experience to the process was that of a developer that was considering a service-oriented business up at the top of Cedar Mountain. And what was the crutch of that was the need for the development to be considered for financing was the tax fix to make the numbers work. And the developer was able to provide us with a pro forma that substantially verified that. I completely agree with Keith that in order to stay relevant and desirable for commercial development, that we do need to consider these fixes. But as he alluded to, I think the fixes need to be considered on an individualized basis based on their merit. In this particular project, the developer has chosen this primarily by location and demographic. It's not as if he can take the hotel and move it to a different location to gain the same corresponding demographic and location. So there is some consideration to that. I do agree that we need to pursue it based upon the need to stay relevant. The only other ones that I'm aware of that James was able to present to us were both manufacturing type situations where theirs were based upon location, accessibility, and infrastructure. And again, those were a long, I want to say in excess of 10 to 15 years ago, and a lot has changed. And I completely agree with Keith that with development occurring all around us, that we need to consider it. As Steve alluded to in terms of our negative on our grand list, I think a good chunk of that, I won't say exactly what it was as a result of the Eversource closure, that we had high hopes for development on the Berlin Turnpike that just have not yielded anything to this point. And I think that's a strong reason for that shrinkage was because of that. And we just haven't had anything to follow it up behind it. But I would support it moving forward by necessity, but would also like to have those comments on the record. Thank you.
I just want to add that, first of all, thank you, Steve, for your explanation relative to why this really does make sense for Newington. As I had mentioned in my comments earlier, we need to stay competitive with other towns. There's a reason that for years we were stagnant in our development. Other towns were looking at us, developers were looking at us and saying, wow, Newington's not so business friendly. Well, we're changing that. So this council has taken a stance, and with the help of Mr. Chapman and Mr. Kosofsky, we are taking a stance and we are saying that we are open for business, we are open for development, that we are doing everything we can at this council table to ensure that we are moving forward and decreasing the tax burden on our taxpayers and getting business here and making this community stronger and better for all of our residents, not just our businesses, not just our residential, but for everyone. And so this is an effort on this town council to make sure that we're moving in that direction. And I'm grateful that we have this opportunity available. We're looking at 2 significant developments in this same area right now, which will be tremendous if we're looking for a train station in the future, or if one does come to us, whether we want it or not. Either way that goes, we're looking to have development around that area that makes sense for our community, that we have had some control over. And I just think this is an amazing opportunity for us to consider. So I'm thankful for all the work that went into putting this agreement together, and that the council is at least considering this evening. We do have in our packets the formal resolution and agreement that is before us for consideration. I'm looking for a counselor who would be willing to read this into the record.
I'll do it if you want me to.
Thank you, Counselor Nagel. If you leave a long enough pause, someone's bound to jump in. I appreciate it.
Tax fixing agreement for Gold Coast Premier Properties hotel site at 712 Cedar Street. Whereas Section 12-65B of the Connecticut General Statutes as amended provides Inter alia. Okay, it was split, so I wasn't quite certain. Inter alia, good, someone did jump in. That any municipality may enter into a written agreement with any party owning an interest in real property in such municipality, fixing the assessment of the real property and all improvements thereon and therein, and to be constructed thereon and therein for a period of not more than 3 years, provided the cost of such improvements be constructed.
Moment, Councilor Nagel.
Yes.
There was a updated resolution that went out to the council in their
All
folder.
right, I'll read it off the screen.
Okay.
Thanks, Pat.
Okay. Where would you like me to pick up?
Pick up at the period of not more than 10 years.
Okay, then I need to find it. Okay, more than 10 years, provided the cost of such improvements be constructed is not less than $10 million and are constructed for certain uses, which include office, manufacturing, permanent and transient residential, retail, warehouse, storage, or distribution, structured multi-level parking in connection with a mass transit system, and information technology, recreational facilities, or transportation facilities. And whereas Fen Road Associates LLC owns an interest in the property set forth above in Newington, Connecticut, property, in parenthesis, said property is more particularly bounded and described as set forth in Schedule A to be attached hereto and made a part hereof. And whereas Gold Coast Premier Properties has indicated its intent, if it receives the tax benefits herein provided for, to construct improvements to the property which will permit it to locate an extended stay hotel on the property consisting of 122 rooms. And whereas such improvements consist of no less than 64,000 square feet of new construction, and whereas said facility will contain approximately $11,188,470 of fully taxable real property upon completion. And whereas the facility as proposed will meet the conditions and requirements for entering tax assessment agreements contained in section 12-65B of the Connecticut General Statutes as amended. And whereas, as an inducement to the Gold Coast Premier Properties to construct the improvements, the town deems it desirable to enter into an agreement fixing the assessment with respect to the improvements. And whereas the town, Fen Road Associates, LLC, and Gold Coast Premier Properties each have full right and lawful authority to enter into this agreement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that a tax assessment fixing agreement with Fen Road Associates, LLC, and/or Gold Coast Premier Properties is hereby approved in accordance with section 12-65B of the Connecticut General Statutes as amended, and Keith Chapman, town manager, is authorized to execute an agreement on behalf of the town once all required approvals have been granted.
Thank you, Counselor Nagel. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Braverman. Any further discussion on this resolution?
Mayor, I have a question. So the first paragraph on what we read is different from what was in our packet. Why did that change?
Who's going to answer that? Is that you, Mr. Chapman, or Mr. Kasofsky?
I believe there was a revision, Councilman, in going over the tax fixing agreement with the town clerk. We realized that there were typo errors in the original rendition that went out. What you see on the screen is the revised and corrected version.
Okay. So the screen version is in the town's interest. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
All set, Sharon?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other council question or comment? Okay, we're going to go to a roll call vote on this item.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes,
Unanimous, Your Honor.
thank you. And thank you everyone for your support of this. We're going to have some nice development moving forward. We're very grateful for that.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hayes, Mr. Packard, Ms. Collins, thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We appreciate the support.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We look forward to moving forward with this project in your community.
Thank you. All right, folks, we will move on to our next item. We are going to begin new business on our agenda. And the first item we had on the original agenda, we had already moved up. So we are on to B, which is update of revaluation. Mr. Kasofsky.
Due to the lateness of the hour, I will try to be as brief as possible. With tremendous assistance of our revaluation vendor, Equality Valuation Services out of Waterbury, Connecticut, I have completed the state mandated revaluation of all real property in the town of Newington, effective for October 1, 2020. On December 14th, most taxpayers in Newington should have seen notices of assessment changes arrive in their mailboxes. Those notices contain the present value of their home, as well as our proposed new revaluation assessment, as well as instructions as to how to go about reviewing and, if in fact they felt necessary, to appeal those assessments. Now, due to the COVID pandemic, we had to get a little bit creative in achieving this appeal process. So on those notices was indication of a website that taxpayers could go to review not only their individual values, but any value that they chose to call up. If in fact, based upon their review, they decided that they wanted to have somebody explain the value in more detail or appeal it, there were instructions to call a phone number to set up an appointment to do that. It was, again, a bit different than most any other reval that I've ever been involved with. But then again, I've never been involved in a situation that had COVID related to it. Along those lines, I should mention that this is the 8th revaluation that I've completed. And without a doubt, this was not only the most accurate, but also the smoothest in terms of operations. It wasn't that we didn't have any hiccups, because we did have a few. Thankfully, the taxpayers gave me a call immediately when they ran into some problems, and I was able to intervene and pretty much solve all of the issues that had come up. The most common problems were taxpayers that had difficulties getting onto the website or reaching the revaluation company to set up an appointment. One that I need to mention, just to make sure that all of the taxpayers there understand this, I had a call beginning of this week from a taxpayer that sought to make an appointment to have somebody review his assessment. And apparently he was told that there were no appointments left. There were none available. He then called me and explained this to me. And I very firmly told him, you just sit tight. Somebody will call you back within an hour. And I got on the phone to the revaluation company and made it crystal clear that any taxpayer that wishes to have a review of their property or an appeal will be granted an appointment. Period. No discussions. Well, the moral of the story was, in an hour, that same gentleman called me back thanking me. Someone did call him back immediately. They had their appeal, and he actually was very, very satisfied with the response that he received. But I just wanted to reiterate that anybody that has a need to get a review of their assessment and or an appeal, please call that number and you will be granted a hearing. Now, as I initially said, that this was, in my opinion, the most accurate revaluation that I've ever been associated with. I think I've got some figures that were just given to me today that I think can back that up. We have 12,840 parcels in this community, which represent hopefully an owner for each and every parcel. Some obviously multiple parcels. To date, as of today, we've only had 211 hearings to appeal their assessments. That represents about 1.64%, which I've never had a ratio that low in all of my years doing this. So apparently a lot of people out there are satisfied or agree with the proposed assessments that I have come up with. Without getting into too much detail, because I don't truly have individual details, I can tell you that I did take the totals by class and came up with some averages. Once the appeals are completed, the revaluation company will provide me with those numbers, which I then will incorporate when I release the 2020 grand list on February 1st. But at this point, going into this reval, my feeling was that residential was either flat or a slight increase in values from 5 years ago. Going into the appeals, residential had increased approximately 2.44% over 2015. At the same time, for whatever reason, the town of Newington has defied the standards here in Connecticut because our commercial market is extremely strong compared with 5 years ago. Our commercial values averaged has increased over 15%. And while this is very, very good news, because with these ratios coming out the way they did, there would be a shift, a bit of a shift of the tax liability from residential over to the commercial tax base. At this point, that's about the extent of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions that anybody might have.
Thank you, Steve. Counselor Menke?
It's really not a question. It's really just a statement, or maybe it is a question. Just so we can let the public know, it is possible that the mill rate stayed the same and our tax stays the same, but your taxes overall will go up as an individual because your house is assessed more. Is that correct?
That's not going to happen, Tim. The way the numbers are appearing right now, first of all, the mill rate, obviously you folks will have the final decision on that, but based upon the grand list, which is basically what pays the majority of the funds for the services that this community offers, is going to go up significantly.
Okay.
And as I had just said, that breakdown of that increase, the increase is more attributable to non-residential properties than it is to residential properties.
Okay.
So not only will the mill rate go down, depending upon your individual assessment, chances are residential, there's going to be very few. I'm not going to say there won't be a lot, but there's going to be very few that are going to experience a tax increase on the residential side.
Okay.
As an example, on the residential side, 25% of the residential homes in this community had a reduction in their assessment from 2015. Almost 40% had an increase between 0 and 5%. So that left roughly 35% of the homes in this community that had an increase of greater than 5%. So while I said before, I don't think that no one is going to get a tax increase, on residential, it's going to be the minority of the properties.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Minor?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, uncooperative Zoom. Just real quick, Steve, just a clarification on the appeals process. One, are they doing them in person? Are they doing them Zoom, or how are they doing them?
No, with COVID, we weren't permitted to do any kind of in-person hearings. The process actually has worked out very, very well. The majority of the hearings have been done over the phone. There has been a few that have been done over the internet through Zoom. They've had some difficulty forwarding some supporting documentation directly through the program, through an upload program. So early on, I instructed the revaluation company at the time of the appointment to instruct the taxpayers, if they had any documentation that they wanted forwarded at the time of the hearing, to email it to me and I would directly forward it to the revaluation company. And that has worked out very, very well. So all of those appointments that I just mentioned, all 211, were done primarily by phone. A few were done by Zoom.
Okay, and just one other follow-up real quick is, in terms of them doing the revaluation, was the process they utilized different as a result of the pandemic, or was it the same?
Here in Newington, it was the same. For other communities that didn't follow the protocols that were in place when I got here, and that I certainly used in the town of Windsor during my career, they did experience some differences. But here in Newington, at the last revaluation in 2015, rather than go door to door, which number one is an extremely expensive way of doing a revaluation, my predecessor opted for what's called a data mailer. And basically what that is, it's a sheet of paper that's got characteristics of your home that were sent out to all residential taxpayers with the intention of, this is what we have on our database, please review, make any corrections and return them, which we got a tremendous response. When I got here, I continued that. And what we did was, rather than just reiterate sending them out again, we kept track of those that did not return them 5 years ago, and those are the ones that were sent data mailers this time around. So each time we do a revaluation, the amount of properties that remain to get accurate data on gets smaller and smaller. And I was a big proponent of doing this for a number of reasons. Obviously, the first was it's much, much cheaper to do it. The cost of a revaluation doing it this way is a fraction of what it would be hiring people to go door to door. But even more so than that, by getting the public involved in the process, number one, we get more accurate information because nobody knows their home better than they do, specifically on the inside. But beyond that, it instills some confidence with the public that they are part of this process, that they've been involved in this process by confirming that the data that the assessor is using is accurate and they have signed off on it and returned that document to me. So in the future, when there is a question, we scan all of these data mailers into our system and we're able to call it up to show anybody that comes in and questions any of the characteristics that we have. This is what was sent in on the data mailer.
Okay, so the reliance has been basically on a self-certification versus a field visit, and you feel that that's a better way to do it.
Frankly, for any of the disparities between what was sent in and what was on my system, it's funny you should ask that. There were, I believe, 3,900 that I actually went out and reviewed. Certainly not having the ability to go inside because of COVID, but certainly anything that, if in fact they mentioned that, you know, they don't have a deck, they have an enclosed porch, or their garage was torn down. Those are observations I did myself. For the ones that were done basically for internal purposes, like a finished basement, I relied on the permit information that was taken out through the building department. But any variation from our data, from what was sent in from the data mailers, I personally checked out myself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kosofsky.
Okay, guys, I'm going to jump in here because we are approaching the 10:30 time frame, which in our council rules, if we want to consider business after 10:30, we need to at least have a 2/3 majority vote in order to continue our meeting. I believe James is putting that language on the screen. So by our town council rules of procedure, that's our procedure. So I would be looking to entertain a motion to continue the meeting to be able to continue with our business past 10:30.
I would so move.
So moved by Councillor Mankey. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Donahue. Any discussion on continuing? Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anest,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman. You're muted, Counselor Braverman.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. Got to make sure we follow those rules. Guys, I know it's getting late and we'll try to get through the rest of this. Steve, I apologize for kind of cutting off that discussion. There are two more hands up, so I'll go to Councillor Bedrejko, Deputy Mayor Bedrejko, I apologize.
Yes, Steve, I'm just curious. You indicated that you were somewhat surprised and it was an anomaly that our commercial value increased by 15%. Now, is that attributable? Was it undervalued in the last assessment? Has something changed? Is there any danger of, with the economy not being strong and possibly, more businesses going out of business? Is there any danger that that will collapse on us? I mean, I'm just curious to your views on why it happened, how it happened, and can we rely on it for?
Very good question. I think Councilman Minor was commenting about those negative real estate growth over the last 4 grand lists. He mentioned the destruction of a property owned by Eversource on the Berlin Turnpike. that truly was not the most contributing, although that was a major hit that we took. The biggest drop we had was the year after the revaluation in 2015 and 2016, because of the aggressiveness of taxpayers at that point to go to court and get those values reduced. And thus there were huge reductions that I had to absorb on the 2016 grand list. This time I learned a lesson from what happened 5 years ago. What I've done was, for the majority of the commercial properties that are specifically income producing properties, the statutes require me to send out an income and expense report to analyze their income and expenses and capitalize their income stream. Those reports are based upon the income as of 12/31. Well, unfortunately, 45 days later, COVID struck. So knowing that, and those reports I normally send out during the month of April, I sent an addendum to those reports asking them to obviously fulfill their statutory requirement by filling out the report as of 12/31. But because I realized, and we are on very unusual terms right now because of COVID, that as an assessor, I can't ignore it. I don't care what the statutes say, you cannot ignore what has transpired. So my instructions were for any business that was adversely affected by COVID financially to give me a second income and expense report reflecting that. And that has proved to be a very, very, very wise decision, because most of these properties that I am getting this type of information, I'm reaching agreements with the owners with the understanding that I am going to be working with them to try to help them through a difficult time for them, with the understanding that we will revisit these properties every year for the next 4 years. The only thing I ask is I shouldn't be the last person to know if in fact there is a significant improvement in their income stream. So do I expect that there's a potential for the bottom to fall out? Of course there is, but I'm going to try my best to do what I have to do to help support these businesses that are having some difficult times.
Super, thank you.
Councilor Nagel?
Thank you, Steve, for all the information you've given us and the clarity. I only hope that those in the town are up and listening to this, or will look at it when it's rebroadcast. And I hope our legislators look at this as well, so that everyone knows very clearly how reval assessments are made and what impact they have on us and how they're determined and how they affect or don't affect the town's budgets and the mill rate as well. So once again, thank you so much for all you've done tonight and what you've done since you've taken on this role.
Thank you, Councilor Nagel. Any other council questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Steve, very much.
Have a good evening.
You as well. All right, folks, we're moving on to the next item is land gift, 70 Culver Street. I do see that a waiver is requested on this item. Mr. Chapman, would you go ahead and fill us in on this one?
Yes, we're fortunate that we were contacted by representatives of the Haltner family over on Culver Street, and they have a 10-acre site that they would like to donate to the town at no cost to the town. If the town has an interest in acquiring 10 acres, that would have to be left in a natural state in perpetuity to allow for passive recreation such as hiking, bird watching, dog walking, and other similar activities. In addition to the preservation of the open space for various recreational uses, they are requesting that the town, after acceptance, commemorate the family history by a plaque, a placement of a plaque, signage, or other means designated as the Haltner family preserve. That sign would be placed on the property. I think it's a great opportunity for the town to acquire this space. I've been to the property, I've walked the property. It is primarily a wetland area. I believe there's a map that shows that on in your packet. It is surrounded on 3 sides by residential, and the other fourth side is the Culver Street itself. So it is, I mean, with the day I was there, well, the first time I was there, it was unbelievable that we were standing there watching the birds come in and out of there. So it's a great location for a bird preserve. And what we would want to do is refer this over to Planning and Zoning for their meeting tomorrow to get their recommendation back for your 26th meeting in January. We will also have a public hearing on the 26th at 6:45 for any members of the public to have any comments they want to make. We will also send out to the property owners adjacent to the property, the 10-acre site, the HOA representatives and the condo representatives and the single families that abut this property. We will send them a notice and get any feedback from them that they would like. And then on the 26th, if everything goes, if Planning and Zoning supports it and the council wants to pursue it, then we'll have the public hearing, and then you'll have it on your agenda for action to accept the property from the Halter family. And that's it.
Okay.
It's a great opportunity. You know, it's the piece of land is not a buildable piece of land, but it's very interesting. And you know, I don't believe there are designated pathways through there now, but we would not want to do anything to the property except leave it exactly the way it is. And I think that it's an asset that the town should take a hold of if you have that desire.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Yeah, this certainly is an extremely generous donation from this family. It's really a beautiful piece of property. I'm really glad we had the opportunity to consider this tonight. There are several resolutions in our packet. The first one is to allow us to waive the rules and take action on this item tonight so that we can forward it to TPZ. Mr. Councilor Minor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, just as a clarity, I think Keith already touched it, is the intent would to leave this completely as a conservation preserve and not to develop any type of trail system within it. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. If there were to be, we'll say, walkways developed by the town, then they would have to be ADA compliant. And I don't think that is what is desired by the owners of the property, the people donating it. So we would intend to leave it exactly the way it is, and the public can go on to it. And if there are walking areas that are already established, then that would be fine. But we're not looking to build anything or design anything or improve it. It's just going to be there. We'll maintain it. If a tree falls down on, onto another property, we would clear it. But even if a tree falls down within the property, it will remain there because we want to leave it all natural for forever.
Okay, yeah, because that was my only concern is that, if there were any type of trail system developed, there is no nearby parking per se anywhere. And that would be my only concern, as well as having the neighbors that abut it to have people wandering through their backyards. But if it's left in a natural state, I don't think you're going to have that much of a concern. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilor Minor. Councilor Menke.
I'll read the resolution if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council, in accordance with the Town Council Rules of Procedures, Section 11, voting, adopted February 11, 2020, hereby moves to allow action on new business agenda item, let's see, that's 8C, to refer the proposed gift of land at 70 Culver Street to the Town Planning and Zoning Commission for their report in accordance with Connecticut General Statutes 8-24.
Thank you, Councilor Menke. So this really is just to allow us to consider action on this evening. This isn't the actual resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm not sure who that was. Councilor
Sharon.
Camillo, seconded by Councilor Camillo. All right, now discussion on waiving of the rules. All right, seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote on that.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. Counselor Mankey, would you continue and read in the resolution that is actually to consider this item?
Certainly. Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby directs and authorizes Keith Chapman, Town Manager, or his designee, to submit to the Town Planning and Zoning Commission for its report in accordance with the Connecticut General Statutes 8-24 regarding the proposed gift of land known as 70 Culver Street, encompassing approximately 10 acres.
And is there a second on this?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Braverman. And now we'll open it up for discussion on this.
You want to go to public comment first?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I knew public was in here. I just didn't know if it was now or after council comment. Okay. I do see one member of the public's hand up. Whoops. Miss Lyons, there we go.
Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. I think it's a wonderful idea. I don't know that we've had any land donated like this in a long time, and I think it's great. Just wondering, though, with the waiving of the rules, is there any way that when you do that, and maybe I missed it, you could just state why it has to be waived and why it can't wait till the next meeting? It's just something I've asked for in the past, and I'm curious if there's a rush to get this through to TPZ for a reason. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Lyons. I'm just going to give it a minute to see if there's any other members of the public. All right, I don't see any more. We'll go back to council comment. Deputy Mayor Bedrejko.
Yeah, obviously, I think you all know that I love this idea. I'm absolutely so appreciative of the Haltner family even thinking to try and gift this to the town, and the fact that that they recognize that there is a value to open space that remains undeveloped in its natural state. There's aesthetic value, there's environmental value, the fact that Keith did indicate that there's some bird migratory whatever value to this. It's having a piece of land undeveloped with no gazebos, no pickleball courts, no paved pathways, whatever, but just in its natural state. It's helpful, it's valuable, and I hope that this can go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other council comment? All right, we will do a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously, Your Honor.
Thank you. The next item is a motion to waive the rules in order to be able to set the public hearing regarding this property. So someone would read in the motion. Thank you.
Resolved, the Newington Town Council, in accordance with the Town Council Rules of Procedures, Section 11, voting, adopted February 11th, 2020, hereby moves to allow action on new business agenda item, let's see, that was 8C, to schedule a public hearing for the proposed gift of land at 70 Culver Street, January 26, 2021 at 6:45 p.m.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Anist. Any discussion on the waiving? All right, seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Counselor Minor.
just real quick, if there could be a little bit of clarity. I think Mr. Chapman was going to try to elaborate before in terms of the need to waive everything on this to push it through if there was a time was of the essence on it.
Yes, the donators have requested that the council try to move this as quickly as possible for their own purposes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Minor, for reminding me of that. All right, I don't see any other hands up, so we will go ahead and move to vote on the waiving.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes,
Motion carries unanimously, Your Honor.
thank you. Counselor Menke, will you read in the next resolution, please, which is to
Certainly.
actually consider the item?
Do me a favor, because I did miss it. Would you just add in that on January 26th at 6:45?
Okay.
I missed that in the bottom copy over.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby schedules a public hearing to receive public comments regarding the proposed gift of land known as 70 Culver Street, encompassing approximately 10 acres on January 26, 2021 at 6:45 p.m.
There's a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Anist. We'll open it up for public comment on this one, which is just setting the public hearing. I don't see any hands raised for public participation, so we will continue on with council. Any council question or comment on this one? Seeing none, we will move to a roll call vote.
Counselor Anist,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo. You're muted, sir.
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Menke,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes,
Motion carries unanimously, Your Honor.
thank you. We will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is reimbursement grant updates. Mr. Chapman?
Yes, I believe Janet Murphy is on and she's going to speak on this matter.
Are you still awake, Janet?
I am still awake.
All right, thank you.
No problem. You're going to be a little disappointed because the title of this might have given some people some misinformation. This is not all grants. This was regarding the COVID-19 grants that we had been applying for. A situation arose in mid-December. They called a meeting, the state did, with all of the finance directors on the 16th of December because they wanted us to certify a grant by the 18th of December to be able to get a reimbursement for COVID expenses that we incurred from July 1st to December 31st. Their plan was to get the money out of the door quickly. They wanted it out by the end of the year, which we did receive it. But as part of the agreement, we had to get retroactive approval by the town council of us applying for this grant. So while that's going to be one of the motions that you're going to see after this, I did want to give you an update of where we stood with the COVID grants. The first one we applied to was FEMA, and we did get approval for $37,131.59 for expenses from March to June 30th. We haven't received that money. We've only been approved for it. As for the state of Connecticut municipal CRF grant, we did get our first payment of $4,214.46 this year for, once again, that portion of the expenses from March to June that weren't reimbursed by FEMA. And the amount that we just applied for, which they gave us really quickly, was $338,611. That was for expenses from July 1st to December 31st. It was the one that you're going to be approving retroactively that I applied for. The money came in the end of December. They opened up the doors to kind of let us reimburse ourselves for such expenses as police and health district. So I wanted to make you very aware of it because you're going to see some favorable variances in the next topic we talk about. And a large part of that is due to this grant that we received. The reason I kind of do want you to waive the rules and approve it is we do need to get back to the state as quickly as possible, that the governing board of the town has approved us applying for this grant.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Any council questions? Thank you for working on this, Janet. This is, it's hurry, 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 and, you know, never mind, or it's crazy the way the bureaucracy works, but thank you for putting it together so quickly.
Now, they wanted to give us money, so.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Counselor Minor.
Off topic real quick, Janet, do you know about the reimbursement that we sought for the late summer storms that came through with
I
FEMA?
don't know if Megan Mankey's still on this call. I was
I'm
hoping.
here, Janet.
You are? There you go.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay,
I wanted to give an update on that.
Well, it was funny how Madam Mayor just mentioned the hurry up and submit, and then they get nothing. They gave us 2 weeks turnaround and changed all the rules at the last minute. We got everything in, and I just got an email tonight back finally that it's still in Washington waiting to be signed. And the last time they told me that was early October. So I'm not sure when we're going to get that. I know it was close to $500,000 or a little over. I forgot the exact amount, but there is no update, unfortunately.
I have to tell you, dealing with FEMA, it's probably going to be a while getting this money. As I said, even the money that they approved for us for the $37,000 for COVID-related expenses, they approved that like in September for us, and we still haven't seen the money yet.
Yeah.
So
Hurry up and wait.
I'm not really expecting that probably storm money to even come in this fiscal year.
Okay. Well, once they commit on it, in all likelihood is nothing changes. It just takes forever and a day.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Mankey?
You want me to read the resolution?
Yes, please. I believe the first one is just the waiving of the rules.
Correct. Resolved, the Newington Town Council, in accordance with the Town Council Rules of Procedures, Section 11, voting, adopted February 11, 2020, hereby moves to allow action on new business agenda item 8D to retroactively authorize the Director of Finance, Janet Murphy, to apply for the municipal CRF program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Nagel. Any discussion on the waiving? Hearing none, we'll move to a roll call vote.
Counselor Anest,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes,
Unanimous, Your Honor.
thank you. Counselor Mankey, would you continue with the actual resolution?
Certainly. Resolved, the Newington Town Council hereby retroactively grants permission for Director of Finance, Janet Murphy, to apply for the municipal CRF program for the reimbursement of COVID-related expenses from July 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020.
Is there a second? Seconded by Counselor Anest. And we will open it up for public discussion on this item as we are waiving the rules on it. I don't see any public raising their hands, so we will continue on. Any comment by council? Seeing none, we'll move on to a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Anest,
Yes.
Counselor Braverman,
Yes.
Counselor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Counselor Camillo,
Yes.
Counselor Donahue,
Yes.
Counselor Mankey,
Yes.
Counselor Minor,
Yes.
Counselor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Buono.
Yes,
Motion carries unanimously, Your Honor.
thank you. Moving on, the next item is mid-year transfers. I believe this is also you, Janet, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So in the memo that you received, I also went back to something I noticed that Ann Harder used to do, and I kind of love it, is giving you guys a forecast for revenue and expenditures along with my mid-year transfer request. Just a high level, go through it real quickly. For revenues, I am expecting us to come in favorable about $550,000. Meanwhile, I say this with a little caution in my voice. We're keeping an eye on the current year levy because it's too soon to call that one. And with the extended time we've given to everybody, I really won't have a good handle on that till probably end of April, May.
Okay.
But the reason for we're such a great savings on is we got an energy efficiency money rebate back from the building of the new town hall. We just actually received that in the last couple of weeks, along with we got a school building grant that we weren't expecting on a project that they've been waiting to close out that was about $107,000. So those two items helped us greatly. We're doing awesome in building permits on another area, and that's helping offset the fact that our interest earnings is terrible. So altogether, as I said, we're looking at 550. State money has been coming in. No one said that they're going to cut anything off, so we continue to receive that grant money. So hopefully that stays in place. On the expenditure side, it's looking even better. We're looking at coming in at the end of the year almost 2 million favorable. This is due in large part for positions that we have not filled. We also, as I just discussed, that grant that we got, the COVID grant for $338,000, that's going directly against expenses. It's not going into the revenue. And also you'll see here a request on the end for the unbudgeted bonding premium. We went out to bond May of last year after we set the budget. We got premium on the bond again. We had to do this last year. And that bond premium that we hadn't budgeted was over $400,000. So that's going to go against the expenses for this year that we had planned, which leaves us at that huge amount of surplus going on there. But that's the majority of the reasons why we're seeing expenses come in so favorably. The appropriation transfer you'll see here, the majority of these, because we had, usually I'm asking for salaries and stuff because we haven't put it in the budget, but because we have so many positions that are unfilled and I was able to move some money around, not the majorities are for that. This is more for the fact that we realigned tasks and Keith realigned some of the departments such as the town planner and stuff like that. And it's also one expense line you'll see here is ground maintenance. That's for $25,000 for the trees. Due to the storm, he used up all his budget. That went away, and we need to refill it as we go into the second half of the year for any issues that they might have with tree services. I'm covering some of these with, well, I'm covering all of them with the highway department. Due to the retirement of Tom, we have some savings there that we're going to be using, and that's going to be used to offset the increase in solid waste. Some of the duties will go over to our contractor now, so we're shifting that around. For the engineering department, there was a transfer of the personnel from engineering to town planners, and his position wasn't filled, so that money is going to cover some of the deficiency in the town planner's office. And employee benefits, since we haven't filled these positions, we do have that amount available in some areas, and that's going to be used to make up the difference. The other transfer I'm asking for on the bottom is, as I said, similar to what we had to do last year, and it's a transfer of the premium that we received from the bonding over into the general fund to cover the interest payments for the two new bonds that we had in the last 2 years. That about covers it. Do you have any questions about any of them, please? Go right ahead.
Deputy Mayor Bedrejko?
Again, it's late and I'm not quite sure whether this fits here or not, but for this on your chart of revenues, it says, the sale of town property. Didn't we discuss that, having that transferred to the land acquisition fund?
That's not the same town property you're talking about. It's not land. It's more like if they sell surplus vehicles, if other items are wrapped up in there, but it's not land.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we don't let that fall through the cracks. Thanks.
Nope.
Councilor Minor?
I'll go quick because it's getting late. Just that follow up to what Deputy Mayor Bedrejko was just talking about. Just looking at the amount, I'm guessing the Bundy Road property did not close yet. Am I correct in that? Keith, someone?
I have not heard that it has closed yet. I believe that there's some due diligence on the part of the buyer that has slowed this process down, but I anticipate it will happen, but it just has not happened yet.
Okay, and just the other ones for Janet, if you would, or Keith, on the town planner with the adjustment, I just was questioning because we had, that department saw a breakage on 2 and a retirement on a 3rd. Am I correct in that? I just was looking to see if that was being utilized differently.
The town planner position, you have to remember, we did have to pay out vacation for him. And then the 2 positions that came in were at a higher rate than the people that were in there before. But we did, on the other side, get rid of the position over in engineering.
Okay. All right. And lastly, Janet, if you could, do you know offhand what the bonding total is to date for the town hall, where we stand?
How much we've gone out to bond, you mean?
Correct.
24 million.
24 million?
Yep.
All right. And just lastly, on the energy rebates that we received back from Eversource, is that going back into the general fund, or can we apply it to the project?
It
I
came
know
back
we're running
into,
short.
it's back into the general fund. It does not go back into the project.
Okay. All right, that's that. And I think that's it. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? I don't see any, so we will continue this. There are some draft resolutions in there for our consideration for next meeting. So we will move on. The next item is, we are skipping over, we tabled review of revised inland and wetland regulations for next meeting, and we are on to updated classification plan salary tables. Mr. Chapman.
Yes, this is an updated salary table. It hasn't been updated, I don't believe, and presented to the council for a couple of years, but what we tried to do is bring it up to date and made the adjustments according to the standard increases based upon the cost of living and so forth. So you see what the percentages were, and then I believe there's another page that shows the actual salary ranges for all of the administrative positions. Now what I found looking at this is the ranges are quite wide. Looking at just the A7 level, you go from 56 or whatever up to 103. That's a pretty big range. I'm not sure that we want to leave that. I think at some point during next year, we probably should look at bringing these down to more realistic ranges. But for the time being, this is how it's set up. So that's what you have in front of you.
Okay. And this will be on our next agenda for consideration, correct?
Yes.
Are there any council questions or comments for Mr. Chapman? All right, I don't see any, so we will continue on. Thank you, Mr. Chapman. To Town Council Budget Meeting Schedule 2021. There was a revised motion that was sent out to us with the public hearing proposed dates on it. And let me just.
It's just a draft for this evening, Mayor.
Right. Okay. So we're not looking to take action on this. This will be continued to our next agenda. But there is a draft resolution in there for us to review, and the dates are provided for our budget sessions. So you'll see the town manager's proposed budget is recommended for Tuesday, March 9th. The town council's proposed budget is looking like Tuesday, March 30th. And then there is attached a schedule of all of the other dates for review of the departments. Mr. Chapman, do you want to add anything to this?
No, I think this year, though, because of the COVID-19, as I had indicated earlier to the council, we're planning for the worst case scenario, and it looks like it's coming about here. We're hopeful that things change, but in reality, I don't believe it is going to change. And so what we've been doing throughout the year is trying to reduce our cost of operations. As people leave through attrition, we don't necessarily automatically replace them. We're looking at alternatives with shared work with others and adjusting salaries accordingly. And we're probably going to bring in a budget that's very, we'll say, conservative. And we're attempting to find another tax reduction for the council's consideration this year. The COVID-19 is really an unknown quantity that we don't know what's going to happen and how it's going to shake out. But we know that the revenues to the town, because of the business community and the loss of employment by our residents, will probably all have an effect on the amount of revenue that we collect. So we want to be prepared, and we don't want to get into eliminating services or laying off or furloughing employees and so forth. So we've been very fortunate to this point that we haven't had to have any layoffs. Most of our savings has been through attrition and retirements and so forth. Like tonight, you had 3 retirements. So we're optimistic that this budget's going to be more favorable for the council to consider. And all departments have been advised, including the school department, that it is my intent to lower the taxes this year, or at least propose a budget for you to consider that will lower the taxes this coming year without adversely impacting on our services.
Counselor Yanis?
Yes. What?
Your hand's up. I didn't know if you had a question.
Oh, you know what? No, it's not. I'm sorry. I'm looking something up and.
Counselor Minor.
Just real quick, Janet, I don't know if you're still on the line. How have the January tax receipts been so far? I know a lot are escrowed, so the banks aren't necessarily deferring their payments. How's our tax collection been?
I haven't checked in with the January one, but I can tell you as of the end of December, we were just a little bit ahead of last year's collection rate. As I said, we're only on the 12th of January, so I haven't gotten a real update from them yet, but we were up just a smidgen, not much, but we're right in line with last year's collection.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other council questions or comments?
Mayor, just notate for the council, we are planning that Saturday again.
Yeah, I saw that March 28th, Saturday.
20th.
Says 28th.
It says 28th on the memo.
Are you looking at my old memo?
No, I'm looking in the packet.
Hold on.
There's no, the 28th is a
I'm
Sunday.
sorry, the revised, I'm not looking at the revised one. You're correct. I'm looking
That's
at the
okay.
packet that I have, but you provided an email with an updated one. I apologize. Okay, I need to put a big X through that one so I don't get them confused. Got it.
We'll get you a new one for the next meeting.
All right.
You'll have to change all the places though.
All right, we will go ahead and consider that at our next meeting then. Thank you. Moving on to resignations and appointments. Do we have any?
We have none.
We have none.
Okay. Moving on to refunds. Approval of January 12th, 2021 refunds for an overpayment of taxes. Deputy Mayor Bedrego.
Resolved that property tax refunds in the amount of $5,430.54 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the requests for refund of an overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Menke. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a roll call vote, please.
Councilor Ennis,
Yes.
Councilor Braverman,
Yes.
Councilor Bedrejko,
Yes.
Councilor Camillo,
Yes.
Councilor Donahue,
Yes.
Councilor Menke,
Yes.
Councilor Minor,
Yes.
Councilor Nagel,
Yes.
Mayor Del Uno.
Yes,
Unanimous, Your Honor.
thank you. Next item is minutes of previous meetings. We have for consideration, November 10th, 2020 regular meeting minutes, November 24th, 2020 regular meeting minutes, December 8th, 2020 regular meeting minutes. Would someone like to move that we accept those minutes as written?
So moved.
Moved by Counselor Anist. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Mankey. Any discussion on these? Counselor Nagel?
Yes, I've been looking once again through the town site and through my site and the town laptop. And the only minutes I've received are the second ones, which are the 27th. I have not
24th?
checked today. Huh?
The 24th, November 24th?
24th, I'm sorry. Yes.
That's
So if we are voting today, I will abstain from the other two, but not the 24th. 24th, I've looked over and they're fine.
Okay. Do you want to abstain from the vote if all three are included, or do you want us to go ahead and separate those out for you?
I've made my statement. I assume it will be in the minutes. So if that's so, whichever way is easier for you.
And bring them all again forward on the 26th, Mayor.
Council Fox?
Let's do that. Let's bring them on the 26th.
Fine. I withdraw my motion.
I withdraw my second.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. I love when we work together. Next item is written and oral communications from the town manager, Mr. Chapman.
It's late tonight, but I just want to compliment the council. I think tonight was a turning point in our economic development effort, and I really appreciate the support that all of you have provided, and as well as the staff. We're working hard, and I think it's paying off. So hopefully this is the beginning of better things coming down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Thank you for your efforts too. We wouldn't be considering these things if you weren't bringing them to us. So appreciate your efforts and the staff efforts as well. Next item is public participation in general. Any member of the public may participate. I'm going to go over.
Are we jumping over council liaison?
I apologize. I did jumped right over. Does that send a message to anybody? Just kidding. Just kidding. Council liaison reports. And Councilor Nagel.
Briefly, library met last night, the library board. Two things I'll mention. They are doing a messaging plan to get the word out, not only to the council, but to the public about the needs and development of the library, which of course includes their wish to have a addition and renovation done to the library. Second thing that they approved of moving this year's big fundraiser, the road race, to sometime in September. That's it.
Great, thank you. Any other counselors? Okay, now I mean it. We're going on to public participation. I have two hands up. And the first one is Miss Mazzacoli.
Hi, Sue Mazzacoli, 149 Harris Drive, Newington, Connecticut. Sorry, I left the hand up at the beginning of the meeting. I just can't figure the Zoom out just yet.
Oh, that's okay. I felt awful. I thought I was slighting you.
No, not at all. Anyways, a very productive meeting. Extremely productive meeting. I'm surprised I lasted through it. Just want to say thank you for the police motor vehicle support letter. Also, the assessor's report. Who'd have thought I'd be interested in that, but I was. And even though my assessment went up a tiny bit, it was explained and better than I've ever heard it explained before. So thank you. And then also especially want to thank Megan Mankey. Believe it or not, while she was at your meeting, I didn't realize she was still at the meeting. Otherwise, I would have waited till afterwards. But I emailed her asking her questions about the vaccine and if that information is going to be shared with the senior center and how they're going to get the information out to all of our seniors. Now that they've changed the age to 65, apparently, which still has to go through approval, but they're talking about it. And so she actually answered me back and forth. We went, and I just want to say thank you, Megan, publicly. That was really nice of you to take that time, especially when you were still at the meeting. And you guys are lucky to have somebody like Megan on your side. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mazzacoli. Have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you. Ms. Lyons.
Hi, Rose Lyons, 46 Elton Drive. Just quickly too, because I think we're all tired. Unfortunately, thanks to Zoom, I don't have to drive home from the town hall. I just wanted to know if there could possibly be an update on the grants. I think I misunderstood, or maybe the town manager misunderstood my question, and they called in to talk to the mayor. I was looking to find out the status of grants that were applied for and whether they'd been approved and whether the monies had been received. As for the revals, I'm just curious too as to when's the last time that anybody was inside these houses that they're reviewing. I know I'm on my third reval review, and basically I'm being assessed higher because of the outside of my house, not the inside of my house. And people that don't pull permits don't get put on a list of having renovations done in their house. Nothing's been done in here. But anyway, I reviewed that with the company, and it was a nice review, and things went smoothly, but I'm just curious about that. There's been chatter on Facebook and other places in person. I've talked to people about the website and not the town website not being user-friendly. I'm hoping that at some point in time that we can have some money put aside with all the technology we have in that building for the residents to be able to navigate, not just myself. I'm 75 and I blame my age on my lack of technical skills, but even younger people are having problems with it. That being said, that's it. Good night, stay safe, stay well, and hope to see you all in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. You as well.
Thank you.
All right. We don't have anyone else waiting to speak, so we will move on to remarks by counselors. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Counselor Menke, seconded by Counselor Annis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We stand adjourned at 11:12. Thank you guys for sticking in tonight and getting so much accomplished. I appreciate it.
Good night,
Thank you.
everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Steve, you're a rock star for hanging in this long. Have a good one.
Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.